Okay, so a warm welcome to everybody for this Congress. Some of you have had a long trip to come here. Others are online, but nevertheless, this place, Olympia, is a very special place to have our Congress of this year. You all got the program of today. If not, you still have a QR code on your accreditation card. You flash the QR code and you will have the full program of today. The topic of our Congress this year is fair play education to foster inclusion in sport. Of course, inclusion is the fourth topic of a series that started in 2022. So at the end of the Congress today, we will go back to the conclusions of the 22, 23, 24, and 25th Congress, and we will present you a potential declaration at the end of the Congress. This declaration could be supported by everybody as a remaining of the 4-year session. It will be a submitted declaration, so it is nothing we will try to impose you. Let's be clear, okay? This being said, I would like, in order to start this Congress, to invite our President, Philippe Ouziot, to deliver his introductory speech. Philippe, if you want, you can go there.
Dear friends, it's an honor and a source of pride to be able to hold this Congress in Olympia, the seat of the International Olympic Academy, and our special thanks go to its president and teams. Education is a key word in a global society that needs it more than ever, including through the reflections coming from the world of sport, particularly from those who, from Olympia, contribute to this noble cause. It is worth recalling the importance of the objectives of this academy, which is hosting the European Fair Play movement today and tomorrow. To conclude, like Thierry said, our 4-year program will be elaborated extensively later on. What then are these objectives that are so close to our hearts? To function as an international center for Olympic studies and research, to spread Olympic values in society through Olympic education, to promote the humanistic dimension of Olympism in society and to contribute to world peace, to act as an international forum for free expression and exchange of ideas among people from diverse backgrounds in a spirit of solidarity, friendship, and mutual respect. The European Fair Play movement fully embraces these goals and contributes in its own way to their broadening, thanks to its scientific committee and keynote speaker, who I warmly thank. This year, as Thierry said, the theme is particularly important: play, education to foster inclusion in sport. I wish you all a wonderful Congress and invite Professor Thierry Zins to delve into the heart of the matter. I thank you.
Thank you, Philippe, for your speech, for your inspiring words, and for your short speech, which is always appreciated. So thank you. He will do more at the end of the Congress. It is my duty now to introduce you the topic of our Congress of this year. Just to remember you, we had a 4-year topic, started in 2022 and continuing up to 2025. And the main topic was fair play education, encompassing humanistic values for a better sport. To remember you, we started in 2022 with the idea that fair play education could overcome gender discrimination in sport. In 2023, we moved to racism, fair play education to overcome racism in sport. 2023 was about overcoming, 2024, sorry, was about overcoming violence, bullying, and cheating in sport. And now, our main goal for today will be to think about the capacity of fair play education to foster inclusion in sport. And I would like to underline 2 words. 22, 23, 24 was about overcoming difficulties. 2025 is about fostering an idea. So this means that we are not in a position of fighting, we are in a position of promoting, and this is very important. When we think about inclusion, and our distinguished speakers will go more in depth in this analysis today, but when we think about inclusion, we have to try to find some definitions. And the first one would be that inclusion in sport has to go behind representation. It's not only about representation. It involves creating an environment where everyone feels welcome, respected, and valued, and where diverse voices are not just present, but heard. Meanwhile, inclusion is also a key element of Olympic values. It is a key element of Olympic values in the widest sense, including access, opportunities, fair treatment for all minority groups, notably those people with disabilities. And with Anne Marcellini, we will go more in depth in this context. But in the general context of inclusion, it is a summary of common elements and learning from a 4-year process that we will try to summarize at the end of today's Congress. And you know, sometimes images are stronger than words. And inclusion is not what you see on the left side of the slide. It is more about what you see on the right side of the slide. In high-level sport, but also in sport for all. So, this was, in a nutshell, an attempt to frame the Congress of today. I have now 2 slides with the program. I will not go through this slide. You have it, and if you don't still have it, take your accreditation, go to the QR code, and you will be able to download the full program. What I would like to make clear, we will have 2 academic speakers this morning. Professor Anne Marcellini, who I will introduce in a few seconds, and Professor Mike McNamee. In the afternoon, we will have invitees. Invitees from the European Olympic Academies, Professor Manfred Lammer, but also Greek invitees, including a Paralympic champion. So I think we have a very interesting program. After each presentation, you will have the opportunity to ask some questions to the speakers, and at the end of the day, we will organize a round table with all speakers. So, this is now my privilege to introduce Anne Marcellini from the University of Montpellier. She is now in Montpellier after being in Lausanne, and Montpellier is in fact your first university. You doctorated in Montpellier, you went to Lausanne, and you are back in Montpellier. So I will ask to Anne to come to the floor to connect her computer, and then we will have the opportunity to listen to Anne. We have time. We are not in a hurry. So Anne, take your time, prepare your questions to Anne, and we will have a very nice morning presentation from Anne, and after the coffee, from Mike. Just 1 minute for technical purpose.
Thank you very much. Thank you, to Thierry Zins and first of all for the European Fair Play Movement for the invitation this morning on this topic. I'm very happy to be here to talk about this proposition, Fair Play Education to Foster Inclusion in Sport. I apologize because my English is not very friendly, so sometimes I have to stop and to look for my words in English. Sorry in advance. Well, the title of the conference is The Meaning of Inclusion in Sport, and the subtitle I propose is Sociological Approach of Inclusive Sports Organization. In fact, I'm a sociologist, sports sociologist, and I am working about adapted physical activities in relationship with people with disability. And I will propose a reflection about the sociological vision of inclusion in general and in sport in particular. But first of all, I have to clarify what is, for me, a sociological approach in this sort of reflection. Sociology is a science, social science, we say, that studies what? In fact, sociology studies how societies are functioning, precisely how a society altogether, how we make societies, how we can stay linked together. This scientific discipline is therefore interested in the links between individuals, the way in which they can live together, and the organization they invent and their structure to their collective life. So when we talk about how fair play education can foster inclusion in sport, we can have the proposition that to promote inclusion in sport, we need to agree, first of all, about what is inclusion. That's not very easy to explain because each organization, each promoter could have its own definition, its own representation of what is inclusion today. In sociology, we can say that there is a lot of different way of thinking about that. But as you can see in my first photography, I'll be addressing the issue of inclusion, the question of inclusion, in relation to people with disability, because in fact, it's the population, the group, the people who are designed as disabled, that sociology has been particularly concerned with about the question of inclusion since 1970. So you can see this photography is the beginning of sports for disabled people. It's a photography in Courchevel. It's the French national ski team of blind people and one-legged people. Most of them are people who have been armed mutilated during the war, the Second War. And two of them are one-legged and also blind. So it was an auto-organization of sports who have been developed very early, just after the war, and in which they are dynamic of self-help between them to learn skiing together. To talk about that, I will approach this issue in 3 times. The first time is the question about an inclusive society, is it an utopia? And I will do a short history about this question, to be clear about this topic, about people with disability. And the second time, I will show how the international reflection about disability is linked with the sport for people with disability, and how the relation between individuals and environments are crucial in the conception of inclusion today. And in the third time, I will try to explain how this new vision, can allow us to reversing the perspective and to be able to create sporting environment who are effectively inclusive. That means that it's not an utopia, but it's a practical utopia, as we say. So for the first part, an inclusive society as utopia, I will say that first of all, when we talk about utopia in Congress or in a meeting about disability, most of the time, researchers and professionals are using this scheme, this graphic. You can see exclusion. Donc, I let you have a look to this graphic, exclusion, and then at the right, segregation, and then below, integration, and the last one is here to represent the concept of inclusion. But I'm always in difficulty with this graphic because for sociologists who are interested in relationship between people and relationship between organization, we can see that there is no link in this graphic. Only we don't know what are the links between people and between each squares. And we don't know also how it could be a change, how we can go from exclusion to segregation. Is it a causal or chronological relationship? We don't know. Or are we going to go from exclusion to integration, and how? Well, it's not very clear. It's only like photography of theoretical situation, but we don't understand how it works. And I will try to explain how in sociology we are working on this topic, and to explain how it works. How it works exclusion, how it works segregation, how it works integration, how it works inclusion. So, inclusion to understand that, we need to go back in history, a little bit in history. Because history, we say often that history is the laboratory of sociologists, because sociologists are not doing experimentation as other scientists, researcher in scientific part, or most of the time are doing experimentation, and they stop one variable to study the evolution of the other ones. And in sociology, we don't do that. So our laboratory, our way to understand how we can explain things like they are today, it's to look how it happens. So in sociology, we can read how we go from a logic of exclusion, a logic of social exclusion of people with disability, for example, to today, a pretension or pretension to go to a logic of exclusion. And in fact, from the logic of exclusion to the logic of inclusion, we have to understand the way of collective mobilization, social mobilization that have allowed the actual situation. In fact, during the 20th century, we come from the idea of integration. We said during the 20th century, we say social integration, sportive integration. It was the term we used to say that there are some minorities. We want to put these minorities in the majority or in the norm. It was a way of thinking. We tried to think about how people who have been excluded before, who have been perhaps segregated, how we are going to put them inside the norm. And in sociology, we call that the way of re-education, to educate people, to make the situation that they will become to the most as possible identical as other. They have to go inside the norm. And it was sort of an ideal, and we try to apply this ideal in sport. And it was a very big part of the 20th century to work on the idea of integration. First of all, we can say that for deaf people, for example, their own sport movement has begun at the beginning of the 20th century, the end of 19th century. And you can see here a photo of the first sports club of deaf people in Paris. And they have created this separated club because they have been excluded from competition, cyclism competition. So they could not practice any more competition, so they organized their own federation and their own competition. And the first silent games, it was the name, have been held in Paris in 1924. This first group excluded of the mainstream sport, was followed, so as I said, just after the Second Mondial War. I look after by the people with motor disability and also visual disability, and a big movement has been constructed progressively with athletes with paralyzed limbs, and then after progressively joined athletes with amputation and athletes who are blind or visually impaired, athletes with cerebral palsy, and then athletes with small stature, and so on. So, in fact, we saw that progressively excluded groups are joined together to organize their own sport organization because they are not allowed to participate in the mainstream sport. And their own sport organization became bigger and bigger from one decade to another one. The last group we have to talk about is people with intellectual impairment, because it's the last one, and it's also the more stigmatized one, because at the beginning nobody could thought in our society that people with intellectual impairment could do sport. Most of us have a very negative representation of these people and their abilities, and we saw that they can not even understand what is sport. But in 1968, in USA, as beginning a movement of sport for people with intellectual impairment, organized by Ennis Kennedy, which is called Special Olympics, and who have known a very large development also. So what we can say today, it's that we have go from the idea of a progressive integration of minorities in sport through specific organization, their own organization. They have auto-organization in sport and through sport. And then we are at the time to talk about the idea of inclusive sport. But what is the difference between the two? It's the way I would like to explain. In fact, during the history, as you can say, these minority sports have been developed, and in the same time, the way we are thinking about disability have changed a lot. And specifically, you can see here that in 2001, there is a new classification, what we call a new classification of the OMS. Donc, how do you say OMS in English? World Health Organization. Thank you, Thierry. And this classification is like totally change in the way we talk about disability and health. So I would like to explain that. As you can see in this graphic, it's a way of thinking disability who have been promoted by people with disability. People with disability in Canada have had the opportunity to go to university, and a group of students with disability have proposed this way of thinking disability. What is the importance of this way? It's because they are talking about what they talk handicap situation or disability situation. And they say, finally, we have to show that disability is not a characteristic of one person. It's a characteristic of situation we are living with. And finally, the most important to understand disability is to understand the relationship between an individual and his environments. So they proposed this very simple schema in which they say here that the interaction between social factor, environmental factor, and personal factor are creating very special social situation. Sometimes you are in situation where you can participate, so we say social participation situation. And in other side, you are in the situation of, because of the environment, you are not able to do anything. So they say it's the definition of disability, situation of disability. This way of, it was a militant group, collective mobilization in academic part, and it was at the turn of the 21st century. And it reveals the mechanism of exclusion, and it makes visible the way we can struggle against discrimination, because we can work on the condition of possibility for social participation. And they said, that we only have to have a reflection about environmental factors. If we are able to eliminate barrier, we can allow social participation of people with impairment. So it was a little academic group, but in relationship with the World Mondial Health, World Organization Health. And in 2001, the World Health Organization have proposed this official classification of health and disability. That's a very interesting model, an interactive model, we say a systemic model, because all elements are in relationship, and it's a model that goes beyond disability. It's called International Classification of Functioning, Disability and Health. That means that we can read all situations through this model. And it's a model of health in all its dimensions, as this organization promote: physical, psychological, and social dimension. You can see that we can find the environmental factor of the academic model inside, and the social participation. So the idea is how we can work on environmental factor to allow and promote participation, social participation. From this time, we had a lot of work, a lot of academic and professional and political meeting around inclusive sport, inclusive school, inclusive society, and so on. Why? Because we started to think about the way we can think about inclusion, not in asking to people with disability to become more effective, more normal, but in working on our environment, creating a facilitator or eliminating a barrier. So it's the English definition of disability, situation of disability, who have been proposed, and that allow, in fact, all the things we are going to talk about now. A person's state of functioning and disability is the result of the dynamic interaction between his or her health problem, disease, disorder, injury, trauma, so on, and contextual factors. Contextual factors include both personal and environmental factors. It's the environment in which we have been educated and in which we are living. So in sports, since the beginning of the 21st century, there is a lot of promotion of inclusive sports. And what is the difference between integration in sports, or integration through sports, and creative of an inclusive sports? It's a change in the level of action. We don't try anymore to act specifically or only on individuals, and say we have to educate them and to create the way for them to come into the norm. No, we have reflection about how our environment are creating disability situation, are creating the impossibility to participate to this or the other group. So we are starting to thinking about the transformation of sporting environment, social environment, technical environment, and so on. So there is a lot of terms around this way of thinking. Accessibility, recognition of differences, adaptation of practices, elimination of obstacles, development of links between sporting organization and other social organizations more broadly. And there is another graphic about inclusion, and I prefer this one than the first one. That means that the inclusive society, and we can talk after about inclusive sport because the same principle, the same reflection we have to do. Inclusive society is in society in which diversity is identified, is known, very well known, and universal accessibility is sought. So we have to thinking about diversity of capacity, to remove barrier to social participation. In this simple graphic, you can see at the left the égalité, it's in French. Égalité, that means equal rights. Égalité in rights. At the middle, and you can say that this equality in rights creates inequality in fact. Because the little people at right cannot access to the sport spectacle. Equity is equal opportunity, but you know that very well. And inclusion is the way we try to show what is the elimination of obstacles. Because in equity, we are trying to give different things for people to allow to everybody to participate, but we have to make specific things for each group. In the logic of inclusion, we have to think before of the environment and how we can eliminate all obstacles in this environment. That means, if I go back to the first schema of the ICF, that sport environment have to be seen in their different dimensions. Is it an urban environment or a rural one? How function the transport, collective transport in this environment? How is the architectural environment? Is there technological environment? What technological environment? Is there some barrier or not? Communication, social environment, organizational environment, regulatory, classificatory environment, human environment, of course. So, if we are interested in this way of thinking, you see the result is participation, situation of handicap or situation of participation, and the way to act for us is environmental factor. So we are in the way of reversing the perspective. More of these elements we can say that the history we talk about has already create a lot of very positive environment to create social participation and sport participation, but in separated environment. And since 2006 and 2008, United Nations Convention for People with Disability has promoted for all countries who have validated this convention, a politic, an inclusive politic, that create the obligation for states to think about universal design, universal accessibility, equal opportunity, social inclusion, self-determination, and desinstitutionalization. That means that we are in the situation now to create inclusive sporting environment, and the utopia is no more an utopia. It's we can realize practical utopia because we know how to do. First of all, we have to understanding differences, and particularly, we have to educate people, population, and sport responsible and sportsmen, all the world of sports, to the notion of capability diversity. That means, more broadly, that we can imagine and accept the idea of human diversity. And the second point is that we can redesign our living environment and our sporting environment. And we can try to imagine what could be an universal accessibility in sporting environment. And with that, we can observe if we realize access to a diversity of sporting activities for people with diverse capabilities. And this access has to be all the time asserting to people rights, self-determination. It's people who some people want to participate in sport with other people with the same disability as us, as them, and some want to access to ordinary practice. So we can construct an inclusive sporting world today. It's a space to think, to rethinking normality and answering the condition for everyone social participation. So, meaning of, to come back for the question, meaning of inclusion in sport is a work. It's the change of our environmental sports environment. Each club, each place, each organization, sport organization, has to become progressively able to recognize, to understand the capability diversity of the population. And that in each sport discipline, in each sport, because the capability of one person is not the same in one sport and in another one. For one sport, it could be very classical capability, and for another one, it could be very different from the other participant. So we have to reduce environmental barriers to sport participation in the sports environment, and also using what we call environmental facilitator to sport participation. So the mission to understand and to organize what we call inclusion in sport is try to build equity in the game, safe and fair participation for all. It's a practical utopia. It's very difficult to do, to think, in fact. But we have a lot of examples, a lot of knowledge already, because, as you understand, sport for people with disability has started more than 1 century before. So they have, by their own, constructed a lot of facilitators. So we have to enter, to make inclusion in sport, we have to enter in a social innovation process and to use what is already done in Paralympic sport, for example, but not only. And we have to invent other adaptation, make other social innovation for the future. First of all, we can say that disability sports clubs are already working for their opening. That means that they are trying to make their structure, their clubs and their federation open to other sport organizations. That means that we say the inversion of process, reverse inversion. That means that if you want to play to wheelchair basket, you can take your card, your license, and you can do competition in wheelchair fauteuil. So they are open system. That means that they are not closed. It's not, disability clubs are not closed. And they have also another strategy for the social inclusion, sportive inclusion. They are organizing a sports section, disability sports section, in other clubs. So it's an interaction. Also, you know that Paralympic sport has developed a very sophisticated functional classification to construct equity in competition, in which people with diversity of impairment and capability are competing together. So this system, Mike will talk about this system, so he will explain that in detail. This system is a very rich basis to think about inclusion in sport for all the other sports organizations. We can think about mixed events also. We try to organize mixed events with people with different economic, coming from different economic category, gender category, ability category, cultural category, and so on. I put here photography. It's an example of mixed events because the Paralympic Committee has proposed this relay, universal relay, in relationship with universal accessibility. The universal relay is a relay in which we have an athlete with visual impairment, an athlete with amputee is in the amputee category, an athlete in the cerebral palsy category, and an athlete in wheelchair. Two men and 2 women. So we can say it's a practical utopia in work in progress, you see? Because, for example, we can say there is not yet athletes with intellectual impairment in the universal relay. No, not yet. But we can understand that it's a work in progress. And there is a lot of future combination we can invent to assure inclusion in sport. There is another way in which some part of sport environment are working. It's the creation of inclusive sports. That means discipline, sport discipline, who have been designed particularly to allow the participation of people with any diversity in abilities. So it's at the beginning, and we have the example of sport which is called the basking. It's very developed, particularly in Italy and Europe, which is, as you can see on the picture, coming from the basket, but it's a basket with four baskets at 4 places on the game, and the baskets are not at the same level. So each player has a role, a specific role in the game, and it's a very interesting creation, social innovation, who has been created, especially in thinking the work on the environmental factor. In Switzerland also there is another game in creation which is called the rougher ball. It is less developed in Europe. So to finish, I will say that to make sport inclusion, what means inclusion in sports, we understand that it's linked with the idea of open system and self-determination. People who are coming from different environments and who have diversity in ability could practice, if we make an effort, in different way. And for that project, we have to be especially attentive to open system and self-determination. In an inclusion politic, there is a lot of way of participating, a lot of way to act on sport environment. But the idea is that we have to let the opportunity to choose for everybody, the opportunity to choose one sporting environment and mode of practice at every stage of one's life. That means it's not only people with impairment, but all people are concerned by this way of thinking inclusion in sport. The second point is we have to eliminate obstacles to the movement of athletes who want to move from one environment to another one. Some people wanted to practice in specialized sports environment and classical sport environment or new sport environment. And the most important in politics of inclusion in sport and other, it's the way, the self-determination to go from one environment to another one. And even in environmental factor, when environmental factors are well organized, we see that the best is to create the condition for the multiple participation and affiliation. That means that sports sportsmen can go in 2 or 3 sport participation. And it's only if environment, social environment or sport environment have been designed in universal accessibility that we can do that. To finish, I will only say, because it's the hour, I think, I only say that from this graphic, without link, when we think about inclusion in sport, it's better, it's more easy to think inclusion in sport on this graphic there, in which what we can see, it's relationship, development relationship between individuals and organization, and the idea that we are not closed, the systems are not closed. Inclusion is linked with open system and attentive system to diversity. Well, I will stop to this point, only to say that Norbert Elias is a big sociologist, European one, and he was in 1970. It was at right his own representation of relationship, and he was promoting the idea of interdependency to understand society and transformation. And it's important for me to talk about him because he makes understand that when we have the opportunity to participate in different environments, the fact we can move from one environment to another one freely show that we are taking part, doing this, circulating from one environment to the other one, show that we take part in the creation process of inclusive sport participation. If we stand in only one sport participation, one sport organization, the inclusion can never be possible. So the meaning of inclusion in sports is, first of all, the opening of system and the attention to diversity. Well, I'm in a situation of disability when I have to speak in English. It's very difficult. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anne. And we really appreciate your effort to make a presentation in English. So thank you so much. We have time for some questions. I would like first to give you the floor as you are ready, and I come with the micro to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Riccardo Venturini, San Marino delegation, and I am... my president asked me to come up. And I have 3 questions. The first is why you have decided in your speech to call the meaning of sport inclusion in sport and not with sport. Second question. I have an history about some words. The history is about the inclusion, the paternity of Ludwig. Non me lo ripetere. Sorry, we are 4, everyone talk at the same time. But we are a team and one take the floor for the other. Ludwig Guttmann, Dr. Ludwig, neurologist, in 1952 organized the Stoke-Mandeville International Games. And the second was Antonio Maglio in 1960 in Roma. And maybe you told us about the history. And when I was When I was a student in my liceo, my teacher of history and philosophy teach me to learn who was Kant, Hegel, etc., and also to think better, to learn to think better. And now I ask you, because sometime I have received today many information, many details, but sometime what I can take in my pocket when I come home and think better. Thank you.
Thank you. Alors, first of all, for the title, thank you for your question. The meaning of sport of inclusion in sport. Well, it was a title. I think we have talked with Jerry about that. Of course, you have understand that finally sport is like a world in the world. It's a world in which who have its own autonomy and which is linked with society. Of course, it's the production of the society. It's a production. It's a social production. So there is a lot of course, of relationship. But the way we are talking about the program, it's to have a reflection to how the sport environment, as an environment we can act on easily, in fact, can be used to promote inclusion, social inclusion, the politics of social inclusion. Because in fact, it's more easier to change a sport environment that the social environment or the mondial environment. So if we try to that means it's the time to perhaps explain practical utopia. A practical utopia is an heterotopia, we say, as we are in Greece, an heterotopia. A practical utopia is not a utopia, a topos in Greek. That means a place, utopia, that do not exist really. We think about it, we dream about it, utopia. But a practical utopia is a place in which, an heterotopia, it's not the same place as the world around. It's a specific place in which we can act and organize some specific way of life. And we can experiment some things. We can say that, as Michel Foucault said, heterotopia are places in which specific way of living are experimented. I don't understand. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So sport, for me, why in sport? Because, as you say, Ludwig Guttmann, he was a neurochirurgian. A neurochirurgian. So it's first of all, he has a medical point of view about sport. He was thinking that mobility can help to restore the more ability for people with medullary trauma. We have to precise that before him, people with medullary trauma do not sport. Why? Because they do not survive to medullary trauma. And Guttmann has invented a way of mobility. And he has used sport for that. But this way of thinking sport as a medical tool is the beginning of the history. But quickly after, people with medullary trauma take their own, organize their own dynamic to go to sport participation and to emancipate from the medical power, in fact. So it's why I didn't talk about Ludwig Guttmann. Perhaps the thing I can give you to remember, it's that all this history and today the sport participation and social participation of people with disability is effective and is really, I don't know how to say in English, active, because these people are organized for in active minorities. They are their own motor, and they're asked to negotiate with us and to negotiate their social position. And all the work I talk about, even the scientific model, have been built by people with disability. That means that today we can give this, we can go after this meeting thinking that when we have to think about inclusion, we have to think with these people, because these people are the most active social force to organize inclusion in sport. Because they have a lot of experience and competency about that. I don't know if I answered to your question, sorry.
Maybe it will be word for another discussion during the coffee break. Ivan.
Ball player, so we can shout. And I know you dive, and yesterday we've been talking about this, so I love the utopia way of thinking, because you're the official translator, Thierry. I know you dive, and I've been telling you about an experience I've been doing with someone who had only one arm left, diving with him, and he was 82 years old, so sorry, there are two disabilities which are enhanced for that. So how do you think we should be keeping on working? Should we be keeping on following the federations? Because all of them are, sorry, narrow-minded somewhere and contributing to a lowering of the inclusion itself. Or should we be creating new games? So I mean, as Stockmarkville have been doing it, at the very beginning, we are looking for models and game changers. And in the end, we completely change the game because we're fed up by looking for game changers. Have I been clear or not? Tu le veux en français?
Oui, je le dis en français parce que je ne suis pas sûre d'avoir compris.
En français, est-ce qu'on doit continuer? En français, est-ce qu'on doit continuer à essayer de trouver des modèles ou des vecteurs de changement de jeu, ou est-ce qu'on doit complètement changer le jeu? Les systèmes de fédération délégataires, que je le veuille ou pas, en tout cas c'est mon vécu, sont plutôt inducteurs de sclérose. Donc ils ralentissent les logiques de diffusion. Je ne vais pas te parler d'Oscar parce que tu vois ce que je veux dire, mais dans cette logique-là, sur ma fédération d'athlétisme, on a mis à peu près 10 ans de retard à l'évolution et à l'acceptation. Donc on est passé d'un système de mimetic desire à la sauce René Girard à une amplification de cette envie de changer de jeu. Et si les Jeux de 2024 ont été aussi réussis en termes d'inclusion, c'est peut-être parce qu'il y avait des jeux qui étaient totalement différents de ceux qui avaient été auparavant faits.
Alors la question c'est, est-ce qu'il faudrait faire des jeux séparés ou est-ce qu'on continue comme ça ou... Well, as I just said, I think this question has to be studied with people with disability and with sport organization of people with disability. Because, in fact, opening the system is a very good part of the solution to promote social inclusion and sport inclusion. But it's not the only one solution. Because at each stage of our life, we need a specific environment, sport environment, to be able to practice and to find pleasure and interest in sport practice. So I think as we talk about diversity of people, diversity of ability, I think that the most important for organization, for sport organization, is to stay open and to be able to organize together. Because first of all, we can need this sort of sport organization, and 10 years later, one person could need another sport organization, and so on. So the mobility of the circulation of sports people from an organization to another one, it's the most important. And the two Olympic and Paralympic Games, during all the 20th century, the Paralympic movement claimed for the integration in the Olympic Games. And during all this time, the answer was no, it's not possible. Today, it's a bit different. The reversal I talk about is linked with that. Because today, the Paralympic game is no more I can say that. Before, Paralympic athletes struggle against stigma. They are struggling, I don't know if I can say that in English, they struggle against segregation. And they want to be approved, they want to be recognized as sportive. Because they were not recognized as sportive. They are recognized, Paralympics movement was recognized as a game, an occupational part, sport for children, something like that, you see? It was a bit problematic. But today, because of this transformation in the way of thinking also, sportsmen and people who are working in the Paralympic environment, they have no more shame about this part. They are proud. We say in a minority movement of people with disability, there is a change from, they say that, from the shame to the proud. Proudness? Mm-hmm.
Being proud.
Pride. For the shame to pride. Okay. So now, at this time, the pride to be a Paralympic athlete, to be an athlete with disability, is here. So it's no more the time to claim for the integration or the regroupment with the Olympic part. It's the time to play its own program, which is the program of social inclusion. I don't know if I understand.
Do we have one more question? Yes, Philippe, and then maybe to you.
So my name is Jares Cavadias, and with Mr. Testa, we represent the concept of fair play passport. So I'm not very keen in what you're doing. So I'm coming from another field. So, but I think that there is something that is very fundamental in what you describe, and what it is that, okay? So disabilities can take a lot of shapes and a lot of degrees, okay? So it can be very, very diverse. From the other side, the scope of sports is winning. So those two things together, they don't work together. You know, it doesn't work. So if the scope is to win in sports, and from the other side, the disabilities that have so very big diversity, how you can organize something that in the end, it makes sense. So I think one of the biggest problems is the scope of the sports, that you have to win, you have to take a medal, you have to get something, okay? And this is very, very fundamental, and I think that you should consider that in what you're doing. And I would like to have your thoughts on that.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Yes, of course, sport is, by definition, is an activity in which we have to win. We're looking for the gold medal. Everybody in competition, of course, so it's a specific modality of practice, the competition. For the other side, we can say it's physical activity without a competitive part. But sport is only that. In this environment of sport for disability, from the beginning of, from the half of the 20th century, the system, I talk very quickly, but Mike will talk about that more. The system of classification of athletes has been developed progressively. First of all, everybody, it was only people, athletes with wheelchair competing together. So they were all in the same condition, in the same situation. So you don't need any reflection about the equity between them. You only have to think about how we organize the recommendation and the place to the playground and things like that. But between them, there is no problem to show how we are going to understand how we are going to give the medal gold at the end, because they are considered as in equity. Everybody is in a wheelchair and with trauma, medullary trauma. Okay. But in this environment, progressively, a lot of people with a very, very, very big diversity of ability has came inside. And at this stage, they had to solve the problem how we can give medals and podiums when we have people with one leg, another one with only one arm, and another one in a wheelchair. We can't think about the equity, how we can do. They organized what we call the functional classification system to do that. And in natation, in swimming, for example, they organize functional classification that allow that people with one leg, amputee of one leg, and one amputee with one arms, and the other one paralyzed of the two legs, they compete together in functional class. They have organized. We can use that with more broadly population without any problem. We do already that in physical education. in physical education, when you have 2 or 3 students with this or this or this impairment, we can use this classification to make a competition. So it works. But it's a work. It's a work to do, in fact. I don't know if I answer to your question. We know how to do that, but we have to think about that and to organize it at the, you know, well, no, it's not a good example.
Philippe, you have a question? The last question before the break.
So I will put 3 questions to make sure. First of all, going back to Paralympics and to know this tremendous and nice competition, how do you think it helped to the inclusion of the disabled in the society? For me, it's now, there are games with a lot of medals and so on, but it's not helping really what we call inclusion. If I go back to Special Olympics, because I'm quite involved with Special Olympics, we developed together with the United States, and we started this also in Belgium, what we call unified, play unified.
Yeah.
Meaning that disabled people with a mental disability together with, let's say, normal athletes are competing together, but with specific rules. In my opinion, this is inclusion because it's part of, let's say, the normal society towards people having a mental disability. That's first part of my question. The second part of my question, and I was a spectator at the Olympics and Paralympics since London, I have also the impression that the people coming and watching, it's not a question of inclusion. It's also from time to time, I have the feeling that they are coming as, I don't know in English, from voyeurism, a kind of a voyeurism. So that's the second part. What do you feel about this? And third thing, at the Olympics and Paralympics, they are mixing for the first time since 2 Olympiads. They are mixing, let's say, Paralympics and Special Olympics with at least one sport, the boccia. I don't know if you know the boccia. That's a special game like the pétanque and so on and so on. And it's only because there is a will from Paralympics to take over a part of the, let's say, the advantage to be considered as an overall, let's say, movement, and for disability, mental disability, as well as physical disability. So, first of all, Paralympics, is it inclusion? What do you think about, let's say, play unified as a model for integration and inclusion? And thirdly, what do you think about the fact that we are combining now, where we have World Games for the Special Olympics and Paralympics on the other side, the fact to mix both of them?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, the Paralympic, the existence of Paralympic and Olympic separated games is the result of a very long historical and sociological process. And the signification of these 2 events is not the same at the 20th century and now, I think. There is a transformation of the meaning of the 2 events and transformation of their relationship also. Is the fact that at this time, when we are talking about inclusion, there is still these 2 events. Is it contrary to the idea of inclusion or in relationship? I will insist I will like to insist to this point. Inclusion doesn't mean that we have to practice with all in the same environment, not at all. Inclusion in sports and inclusion, social inclusion in broadly, means that we have to organize social spaces, common social spaces, in which everybody can have a social participation in equity. That means that we are not in the obligation to have sport with people without disability. If I have a disability, I can have the possibility to choose to practice with my peers in disability. And it's very often the choice of adolescents who wants to be to train and to be. It's very important for them at this time. And so I don't want to, I want to come back to the schema. The schema with the ball and everybody is inside and so on. No. The most important in inclusion is the relationship we are able to organize in different words. We are all involved in different words, sports or not, and we have links in these words, and we are making links between these different words. And the most important in the logic of inclusion and social participation is to promote the possibility of social participation and involvement in relationship, and avoid the situation in which people cannot participate. They have not the opportunity to participate. That is the basis of the exclusion. So it's not participate in Paralympic Games and in Olympic Games. It's for me the same. And if Paralympic system and Olympic system are open and linked together, you see what I mean. So athletes can go from one another. They already go from one to another. Some Paralympic athletes compete in Olympic. You know that. And some Olympic athletes or athletes, very high-level athletes, are competing in Paralympics, for example, as guide for blind athletes. And some have been injured and go from Olympic to Paralympic. So the most important is the circulation between the words. And about Special Olympic, thank you very much for your question, because it's perhaps the most important when you talk about inclusion. People with intellectual impairment are the most excluded, the most stigmatized in our societies. The movement, Special Olympic movement, for me, it's very specific. There is the Olympic movement, the Special Olympic movement, and the Paralympic movement. And Special Olympic movement has a conception of sport practice, and especially sport meetings, which is not the same as Paralympic movement, not at all. The Special Olympic movement is based on the principle of participation and not performance. The most important is the participation and involvement of athletes. So in the Paralympic Games, we have now specific classification for people with intellectual impairment in table tennis, in swimming, and in athletics. athletes with intellectual impairment goes to Paralympic Games or are involved in this sport, in this movement, they are involved in a very competitive practice, as we say just before. When they are involved in Special Olympic movement, they are not involved in the way to perform and to train as the most important value of their sport practice. The most important value for their sport practice is the participation, is to be there and to practice. So for me, it's three very different sport movements, and the environmental, the environmental factors that allow participation are not the same in the three movements. I don't know the question. I don't remember. If the relationship between Paralympic movement and Olympic movement are opening, are effective, the relationship between Special Olympics and Paralympics are not at all in function. Because, as I can say, they are promoting not for the same way of sport. But in the logic of inclusion, we need the three. We need the three because we need the diversity in participation, in way of participation, in environment and modality of participation. And the other question?
But maybe you can have the discussion one-to-one.
It's time.
Because it's 10
Okay.
past 11. It is time for the break. And I suggest you should be back here at 11:35 sharp. Okay? Thank you.
Well, my English is so hard.
So I do hope you had a nice coffee break. Some of us will probably say it's a pity to be inside when the weather is so beautiful outside, but you've decided to come here for the Congress, so we will start with the second part of the morning, and I will, with a big pleasure, give the floor to my colleague from the University of Leuven, the Flemish University in Belgium. I'm teaching in the French-speaking university, so Mike is a close colleague. He's specialized in applied ethics, and of course, his presentation today will go around the topic of ethics and inclusion. After the presentation of Mike, we will also have a question time before the lunch. Then we will have the lunch and the afternoon program. So, Mike, the floor is yours. Take your time, give us a nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thierry. Thank you to the Scientific Committee and the Organizing Committee. It's a great pleasure to be back here. I actually have a photograph of me in this spot 36 years ago, giving a talk with a blue shirt on. I'll have to give the photograph back to my wife and say, how did I do 36 years later? I'm not sure I want to know the answer, but anyway. I'm going to talk on equality, inclusion, and meaningful competition. I've included my old PhD student here, Richard Parnell. He's a lawyer. In fact, he's the lawyer for West Bromwich Albion, the former Premier Football Club. And he did his PhD on the ethics of classification in disability sport. And here I'm borrowing a few of the ideas that we worked on together and adapting them, but I thought I should give him some recognition for the same thing. Okay, so I'll put the clock on for 40 minutes. So some preliminaries. I'm a philosopher, but I think of myself as an interdisciplinary scholar. I've worked both in applied philosophy as a single discipline, but I work a lot in teams with medical professionals or with scientists and others. But philosophers typically are said to play with words. That's all you're doing, playing with words. Well, there's a sense in which this is true, but only if you agree that sometimes play can be deadly serious. And the kinds of words we play with when we come to ethics, they are indeed deadly serious. But I prefer Simon Blackburn. He's a Cambridge philosopher. I prefer his definition of philosophy as conceptual engineering. He says, the word philosophy carries unfortunate connotations, impractical, unworldly, weird. I suspect that all philosophers and philosophy students share the same moment of silent embarrassment when someone innocently asks us, what do you do? I prefer, he says, to introduce myself as doing conceptual engineering. For, Francis, you'll like this, just as the engineer studies the structure of material things, so the philosopher studies the structure of thought. Understanding the structure involves seeing how the parts function and how they interconnect. It means knowing what would happen for better or for worse if changes were made. This is what we aim at when we investigate the structures that shape our view of the world. Our concepts or ideas form the mental housing in which we live. And we may end up proud of those structures we've built, or we may believe they need dismantling and starting afresh. But first, we have to know what they are. And I think in general conversation and in sport administration, we use words like equality, equity, inclusion so easily without having a clear or a clearly shared understanding of what they mean. So I'm going to do a little bit of conceptual engineering today with the concept of inclusion. And I'll take these two words together, inclusion and inclusivity. And my first point would be to say you know, there's really very little philosophical work done on these concepts. And for some reason, the timer is on for me, and I'm not pressing these changes, so it's going a little bit quick for me. Bear with me. Sarah Tietzel, she uses the word in a paper on sport and inclusivity, but she doesn't actually say what she means by the concept. And I suspect when most people are talking about inclusivity, I think most of the time they're talking about the opposite. They're talking about exclusion or exclusivity. And what they mean is, well, inclusion is not that. But they don't actually say what it is in itself. Philosophers call this kind of approach a negative definition. And I think in most of the discussions around inclusion, they're using a descriptive sense of the word, just to mean include. I'll later say that I think in sport administration and sport policy, when they're using that word, they're really just talking about eligibility. Who may be eligible to participate in which class or category. But I think what Anne gave us this morning is a normative sense of inclusivity, a richer, value-laden sense, where I think it means something like openness, respect, tolerance, but I don't think there's any really sophisticated analysis of that concept, either sociologically or philosophically. Now, I'm really sorry, folks, but for some reason, my computer is determining the slides. I'm not changing it over, so I'm going to have to stop this quite quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to have to chase myself. So let's just do it this way. So I think some of the confusion around inclusion and its importance is because people aren't really clear when they're talking about eligibility, who can participate in which class or category, and this very more broad societal goal of non-discrimination, non-exclusivity, perhaps your words, equality, equity, integration, non-segregation, those concepts that Anne put together. So I want to say that your very last remark in responding to Philip, I'm not going to concern myself with recreational level sport. And I think your approach to that seems to me exemplary, Anne. That's how I think I would want to approach it. But I'm more interested in elite sport today. So that's going to be the focus for my remarks. So I know it's very difficult to pay very close attention to the nuances of different words in a second or third language. So please bear with me. But I do think we need to understand a cluster of concepts if we're going to understand inclusion. I don't think we can go head-on directly toward the concept of inclusion. I think you need to understand the concepts that surround it to get a better view. And forgive me, a lot of my slides will be word-heavy, so you may listen or you may just read as you find it easier. Some people call that PowerPoint karaoke, but I leave you to choose. Okay, so a little quiz first. A little quiz first. What's the world record for the marathon? Anybody going to shout it out? What's the world record for the marathon? 1:59. Yeah, it's the next one. Oh. Well, there's my house in France, so. Please, yeah. So while Thierry organizes the PowerPoint, I asked that question. What? Yeah, I'm just going to keep talking now.
2 hours, 1 minute, and a little bit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right if you're talking about the able-bodied males.
Exactly.
And that's what most people go to. When they answer the question, it jumps straight out. So they go male over female. So I just do this for fun because it allows people to reflect on what's the first thing that comes to them, what's their intuition. But what if we said the wheelchair marathon? Right, 1:12, 1:11, even less maybe. So that's just, I mean, that's an incredible, thank you. Thank you so much, Thierry. Perfect.
But it changed on its own.
No, I'm doing it.
Okay.
So those are the differences. Now, if you then go to ask the next question, well, if a wheelchair, why not a car? You find yourself in, well, which is the fastest? And I want to say that's a stupid question. If you're interested in sport, that's just a stupid question. Why? Because part of what we want to do in sport is to compare, to evaluate, to rank. And one tries to say, well, the Formula One driver's the fastest. Well, but that's not really what we're trying to compare or evaluate or rank. And I think the most important thing I can say in the whole morning is this. If you're thinking about inclusion in sport, you've got to ask yourself, what is it that I'm trying to do? What is my goal? And if part of the goal is to compare, then we want to be comparing things that are at least sufficiently similar in their nature. Otherwise, the point of the comparison is lost. Now, if you want to run a circus, maybe watching a wheelchair marathon athlete against the fastest man in the world, maybe that's going to be interesting. And maybe he, or perhaps she, will beat most of the wheelchair athletes, maybe, but not the best. The wheelchair athlete will win every time. Are you interested in that comparison? Is there a sporting interest in it? I mean, there could be a societal interest. Just see how good people with disabilities are. You know, you give us the equipment and we'll beat you. And that's a fantastically interesting social experiment. But in sport, we tend not to be too interested in that kind of contrast because we are comparing different things. And we do this comparison all the time intuitively, but not always very rationally. So that's kind of what I want to do here today. Now, a lot of people think that if you're going to be interested in inclusion, and one of its underpinning concepts is equality, then you're not going to be very interested in elitism. And if you're interested in elitism, the best that sport can be, you're not going to be very interested in inclusive sport. And I think there's a mistake in thinking about it this way. I think these two things, they're in tension all the time. And it's how we manage that tension. How we compare and contrast the norms that govern sport from a recreational and an elite level, I think they're very different. And you made that lovely remark right at the end to Philip, is that there is a different dominant norm in the Special Olympics. Olympics, Paralympics, these are about the best of the best, elite. Performance at the top end. Special Olympics, the dominant value is participation. So this is a different game, logically a different game. So don't be too careful to contrast between excellence and equality because they can come together. Now this is a really interesting case which everybody in disability sports studies knows about. So it's Casey Martin. And this guy wanted to join the US PGA Tour, and he was a great golfer. The difficulty for Casey was that because of his impairment, he needed to use a buggy to get around the course. Now the question remains, is this a little bit like our wheelchair marathon athlete versus our able-bodied marathon athlete? Are we comparing the same kind of thing? He's using a buggy. Now, if you want to play a professional round of golf, what is it, 3.5 hours? And then you've got to do it in the morning and the afternoon on several days in a row. Is the walking between the shots part of the test or not? Is the test purely about the skill, the strategy, the perception, the imagination of which shots to play, which clubs, low into the wind, high into the wind, a lot of backspin, no backspin? Is that what defines golf? Because if that's what defines golf, why can't he use a buggy? But then the physiologist will say, yeah, but if you use a buggy, you're not getting fatigue. Fatigue challenges skill. So we want to challenge skill under conditions of fatigue. So he's no longer performing the same test. So should we disqualify him? Should we just say, sorry, this is not the space for inclusive sport. This is elite sport. Now remember my last slide. Are we thinking in dichotomies? Elite can't be inclusive. Or can elite be inclusive? Because if this is not sport, if this is, think about it, work, you would not be able to discriminate against this person. Because nearly every legislation for people with disabilities says the employer must make reasonable accommodation for the disability. Now, why shouldn't elite sport pay reasonable accommodation? Is it just another form of work? Now, if you think it's just another form of work, and lawyers have made a lot of money telling you it's a very special form of work, which needs its own regulatory framework, they'll say, sorry, you can't compete. And that's what they did in this case. The USPGA said, sorry, you can't participate. He took his case to the Supreme Court and won, because the Supreme Court saw professional golf as just another form of labor. Sadly, he tried to compete the next year and he didn't qualify. So which of these norms do we want to dominate in our thought about the Olympics or the Special Olympics? Well, that requires a little bit of conceptual engineering. And that will involve, I think, a tension between two kinds of things. Broader social norms, which drive Anne's conception, normative conception of inclusivity, versus some sport norms, which really, when it's talking about inclusivity, just means who should be eligible, who should not be eligible. And I think part of the confusion is a failure to clarify which sense of inclusion we're really talking about. Because sport is about excellence, right? I take that just to be a logical truth. Sorry, my computer's running on ahead of me again, but I'll try to go with it. But there are three forms of excellence we might consider. There is the absolute excellence of the Olympians and the Paralympians, the best of the best. But there's another sense of excellence, which is you are the best in that category or that class. You might call that distributional excellence. And then there's a personal excellence. What's my personal best? What's my personal record? So when we're talking about excellence, we could be talking about any one of these three things. And it's really between distributional and absolute excellence that we're having all of these debates about who should be included in the male and female category. It's these debates between these two concepts which will determine, should we mix Oscar Pistorius back in 2008? Should he be allowed to compete in both Olympic Games? Is he a Paralympic or an Olympic athlete? Can you have both identities at the same time? And I think it's largely about a different conception of excellence between these two. So, to think about this, we've got to think about equality. Now, Aristotle talked long ago about equality, and what he said is basically, treat things that are similar, similarly. Treat things that are different, differently. Because if you treat everything the same, you're being a function of inequality. Right? And that was Anne, if you remember Anne's 3 slides, that's the one on the left. Treat everybody equally, give them the same platform. Yeah, but I'm 165. You're 220 or something, you know. You're going to give me the same podium, then we're going to get differences reproduced. So relevant cases should be treated equally. Cases that are relevantly unequal may be treated unequally, and unequal treatment should stand in reasonable relationship to the actual inequalities. That third one's the killer. How do we make reasonable accommodations, and for what rationale in sport? That's the tough question. But when people talk about equality, they usually don't distinguish between equality of access, equality of opportunity, equality of treatment. That's why we need the conceptual engineering to take a hold, because each of these ideas gives you different outcomes. Some of what we talk about in fair play, and you'll know this as your daily job really, is how much we'll tolerate unfairness, because unfairness is all around sport. Not in the application of the rules, which should be equality of treatment, Every person who runs the 100 meters should run the 100 meters. Everybody who runs the 400 runs the 400. They can't cut through the middle of the athletic track, right? That's 270 meters. Of course you're going to win if you do that. So what we want is a kind of equality of opportunity, fairness as equality of opportunity to contest. But in the literature, there's this distinction between equality of opportunity and fair equality of opportunity. Why do you need a distinction like that? Because you cannot equalize all of the conditions that affect every athlete. It's just impossible. So how much tolerance are you prepared to give? I mean, I once heard an argument that athletes from certain parts of the world should be allowed to dope because they don't have access to sports medicine and sports science the way that the Europeans do. That's an interesting position. If all you care about is equalizing things, giving equal opportunity, maybe that's a good strategy. But let's try to develop this. I think that there are three things you need to think about when you're thinking about equality and fairness. One, to what extent can you equalize the background conditions? Because when most people talk about fair play, they just ignore the background. They focus on the contest, the process. But the outcome, for it to be fair, has to consider both the process and the background. Now, if two athletes who are reasonably similar, one of whom has access to all sports medicine services, sports science, sports technology, the best kit, the best training, are they likely to beat the person who has none of those things, but maybe the same natural talent? Of course they are. So I want us to think about fairness and equality at the same time, and to see how a desire for fairness might modify our understandings of equality of opportunity, because fair equality of opportunity is bigger than equal opportunities. It's more than it. So equality of opportunity focuses on procedural elements. We play for the same amount of time, with the same equipment, with the same number of players, under the same rules, with a chance to succeed in ways that enable effort and skill to determine athletic excellence. But that's the process. That's the procedural stuff. But we've got to recognize more than procedural elements. So I modify this idea now then. So they should be playing for the same amount of time or sufficiently similar. Now that one's crucial if you love football. Yeah. How much injury or added time does the referee allow for? How many controversies have you seen in football where you have 1 minute extra time, or 2, or 5, or 10? You know, who's keeping the clock? So it should be a sufficiently similar time. Using the same equipment, well, that's really interesting. If we take Formula One, I really like, they have the Formula One Constructors' Championship, and they lay down quite strong limits as to what you can do with a car, what you can't do with a car, what the shape is, what the size is. Why don't we do that in other sports? Why do we allow so much variability? For example, I'll say this later, but I'll say it now. If you look at wheelchair athletics, I once did this in a lecture. I did the research and say, how many wheelchair athletes at the Paralympic Games have been won by athletes from lower developed economies? And I think I found one in the whole history of the Paralympic Games. One medal winner. Why is that? Well, because they don't have a rule about sufficiently similar equipment. And then you could say, well, how does the organizer of that sport try to drive the idea of competitive balance? That's what the economists call it, competitive balance. How can we keep a league structure that keeps the interest in who's going to win the division or the league for the longest amount of time? Because you and I know, if you haven't got one of these great wheelchairs, fantastic biotechnological phenomena, you're not going to win. You're not going to get near winning. There's no competitive balance there. Is that the kind of unfairness you're interested in? Is that the kind of inequality that you're interested in? So fair equality of opportunity tries to modify the equality. It tries to make it more realistic. You know, the background conditions are so different. How much should we try to modify them? Okay, so because what we're interested in sport is actually difference. We want to differentiate between who's best, who's better, who's not as good. That's why we create divisions. That's why we also create categories. This guy over here, he looks huge, 2 meters 10 or something, you know. What's the point of me having a basketball competition with him? I want to say it's meaningless, even though there might be fair equality of opportunity. It's just meaningless. We are not sufficiently similar to make a meaningful comparison. So I'll see how I go with this idea as we go along. So, I think I've made that example, so I'm just going to skip into the next slide. Except to say, I think one of the things that's interesting about American sport is the franchise model and the way they use the draft system. So if you're the worst in your league, you don't qualify for the players, you get the first chance to get the best players from the college system. That's a really interesting meritocratic idea, designed not to allow big differences in the teams. If you think about football, UEFA really tried with financial fair play, but everybody cheated. Because we know that Manchester City in the UK, not the only team, threw huge amounts of finances and very clever accounting to try to cheat the system. But finances is such an important variable when we talk about fairness, not in the process of the sport, but in the background. Now, do you want to be completely libertarian capitalists and say, well, more or less like they are in the Premier League, allow us to do what we want, you know. Things slowly change. Man City lost yesterday the FA Cup final to a much smaller financed, much less prestigious team. It's good if you're a Liverpool fan. But are they really interested in fairness in competition? If they're going to allow those kinds of financial differences? Probably not. So we've got to think about how we group people in order to make meaningful comparisons. And I really don't want to get in the transgender debate, but you can see how it's related deeply to these kinds of issues. Let's be inclusive, you all say, okay, but who will we include and who will we exclude and for what kinds of reasons? Are we comparing like with like? Or are we comparing unlike with unlike? That's the question for us. Now, the philosopher John Pike has been very vocal because he thinks that the lobby promoting men who have transitioned to women's, he thinks that it's just unfair and they should be excluded from the female category. I'm not going to go too much into that debate, but I just want to raise two things that are going on. He's objecting on the grounds of fairness, that those men who have traveled through puberty have such biological advantages that they should not be competing against women who have not been through that period of adolescence. But he doesn't believe in the concept of meaningful competition, whereas I do. So let's go back to our wheelchair example. Does that help us? No, because it's not a meaningful competition between the best wheelchair athlete and the best able-bodied athlete. There's going to be 40 minutes difference between the two. Does the Casey Martin case help us, the golfer? Yeah, I think it does on the one level. But here we've got this clash between a regulatory framework around labour and sport norms about merit. And the PGA, the Professional Golfers, they say he did not merit in the same way that the athletes, golfers who did, because they were carrying themselves around the course in the morning and the afternoon for 4 hours all week. So that invites us to consider the question, what makes competition meaningful? Is it just fairness, or is it something else? I do note that recently in Italy, and I'm sure my Italian colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but one of my Italian colleagues gave me the example, so thanks to Professor Silvia Camporesi. She drew my attention to this athlete who had transitioned from male to female, who participated in the Paralympic Games. And there are 2 points that Sylvia brought out to me. One, she would not have been able to participate in the Olympic Games. She wouldn't have qualified to start with. But the point is that the IOC and the IPC, they just have different sets of regulations. And this reminded me of the bad old days of anti-doping before 1999, where every sport federation had their own framework. So you might take a steroid in one sport, nobody says anything. In another sport, you get banned for a month. In another sport, you get banned for a year. In another sport, you get banned for life. A crazy, disharmonized system of sport. So I think whatever we do here, we will need to think seriously about harmonizing the regulatory structures across sport. Not just within sports or within Paralympic sports, but across those sports also. Now, John Pike, he says, well, you can hold 4 logical positions. You can say fair competition is the same as meaningful competition, or you can say for it to be meaningful, it's got to be fair, but maybe something else. So fairness is necessary, but not sufficient. Or he said, you can just say meaningful competition is completely different from fair competition. It doesn't need to be fair for it to be meaningful. Well, that's an interesting one. Or you could say meaningful competition is a more powerful concept than fair competition, and this is what you should move your sport policy around. So there's 4 different logical options that you could choose. I think his critique of Harper is, if I was doing a philosophy paper to a philosophy audience, the whole 40 minutes would be on this one slide. But I'm conscious that the audience is much more diverse. He says, well, their argument that meaningful competition is based on a meaningful category, men, women, perhaps a third category, trans, no disproportionate advantage, or close competition with an unpredictable outcome. I think that's an interesting set of propositions to begin with. If you read Pike, I give you the reference later, he just demolishes the argument. He really wants fair competition. He's not interested in meaningful competition. He said, focus on fairness. And that's the dominant principle of sport. And I don't think he's quite right. But I need to give this more time, so it's a tentative conclusion. I think when he's setting up this contrast between fair competition and meaningful competition, he's just reproducing something that Sigmund Lowland wrote 20 years ago. When he said, look, you can have a perfectly fair competition. Everybody follows the same rules, maybe even provided the same equipment over the same time, and so on. But it's meaningless. Imagine me playing Mr. Sinner in tennis. Now, I play competitive tennis in my league, but he's going to beat me 6-love, 6-love, 6-love. My goal is maybe to win 2 or 3 points a set. Is that a meaningful competition? No. That's my intuition. My intuition is just no. Is it fair? It's perfectly fair. What's unfair about it? Can you tell me? I don't see any rules being broken. The rules are being applied equally to all of us. But it's not very meaningful because we're not really interested in the comparison between Mike McNamee and Jake Sinner. So it seems to me we might want to say something like this. If you haven't got fairness, you haven't got sport. And I think I want to be as strong as that. If you haven't got fairness, you just haven't got sport. But I want to be, and all of you who are interested in an educational conception of sport, I think you have to adopt my position. Fair sport's necessary, but it's not sufficient. In your educational setting, if I'm trying to teach one of my kids who are terrible, terrible learners, maybe I was a terrible coach as a dad, but I'm trying to teach them tennis, they're not listening to me at all. They're not paying any attention to what I'm saying. I'm trying to develop their technique. They just want to hit the ball and have fun. Could we have a meaningful competition? Me as the dad and them as the girls, 10, 11-year-olds? Yeah, we could. But we really would have to modify the rules. We'd have to modify the scoring. Maybe modify my motivations. Then we could have a meaningful activity. And I think the educational conception of sport is one that really should latch on to this idea of meaningful sport. Fair sport is necessary, but it's not enough. So what might meaningful competition? Well, I've just thought about this a little bit, and I've tried to adapt some of Richard's ideas. Okay, we want results that are not predictable. That's why everybody hates match fixing. That's why everybody hates, do you know this concept, tanking? So imagine you're in the classic case, in the London 2012 Games, you had two Asian teams, both of whom wanted to lose the game because there'd been an unusual result in the round before. So they did not want to meet the world champions. So they're both trying to lose the ball, knocking the shuttlecock out of the court deliberately. That was a joke. Then the sport tries to modify it. Maybe we need a rule about you have to give your best efforts. Well, that's got nothing to do with fairness, right? That's something completely different. And I'm not even sure it's true. I mean, if my interest was how many people can I get to watch or to sponsor the event, I'm going to be deeply interested in people trying to win. But from a sporting point of view, from a purely sporting logic, what were they doing wrong? They didn't want to meet the world champions in the next round. They wanted to meet them in the final. So they tanked the match. That's a really interesting thought experiment for you. Do you approve of what they did on purely sporting grounds? Or do you say on sporting commercial grounds, this is a disgrace? They're really not trying to win. I leave that one with you. But what I do want to point out here is that one of our background conditions is that sport ought to be not predictable. Competitors compete with sufficiently similar resources. I really would love to see much more care taken about, people call it financial doping. I don't like that, but you know what I mean. But equally with wheelchair and a lot of Paralympic sports, they're biotechnologically based. If you think about the kinds of equipment that the amputee sprinters or jumpers have, this is unbelievably expensive stuff. Is there a way of doing something like Formula One? I mean, you can't have every athlete performing with the same wheelchair because they're different height, weight, shape, body size. So you need some kind of modification on health grounds. But how much? If you look at some of these wheelchairs, sprint wheelchairs coming out of America right now, they're just astonishingly expensive. And for me, this corrupts both the fairness and the meaningfulness of the event. So I'd like to see some changes there. Of course, competitors have to follow the same process. That's the typical equality of opportunity principle. And we want to assure that those classes or categories are meaningful. No point me playing Jake Sinner at tennis. I have no credible chance of winning anything. So let's construct meaningful categories. But the thing I liked about your talk, Anne, is you talked about the fluidity of those categories. Yeah, they can change. People get hung up in the transgender debate about male versus female, but there's lots of sports in which they have open sex categories. Equestrian sports, sailing. So when does the sex difference really count? Archery? Maybe. Pistol shooting? Why? I mean, is the strength variable so big in that sport that you need male and female? Or is it a perfectly meaningful comparison between male and female? I think it is. Maybe I don't know enough. I guess what I don't want to see is victories where the margin of difference is so great because of variables we think are non-sporting variables. And that might be finance, that might be access to technology and so on. So I think these kinds of ideas will take us beyond fairness, and they might help us to construct meaningful categories in which we can think about inclusion in a more sophisticated way. So, first point, I didn't attempt to give a full-blown theory of meaningful competition, nor how the concepts of inclusivity and exclusivity operate within it. I just tried to show how those debates necessarily draw on some very complex concepts. And I tried to suggest that on closer inspection, what fair and good competitions or meaningful and meaningless competitions might look like. And I think those ideas, closer attention to those concepts, can help us in our thinking. There's some references. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Mike, for your inspiring presentation. It brings us to thinking, for sure. And I guess we have some questions from the room. Who wants to take the floor? Yes?
First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was really good. Is it okay? No? Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was wonderful, amazing. Professor Çavuşoğlu from Turkish National Olympic Committee. Maybe I missed that part. Sorry about that. My question is, does access to technology make sports less fair? What do you think? Thank you.
Can I just check I got the question? Does technology make us more or less free or fair? Yes. That's a straightforward, a nice question. It's nice and clear. Yeah, but... So I play tennis. And when I was growing up as a teenager in the 70s, maybe, I don't know if you're the same age as me, but those old wooden rackets, oh, they were just awful. They had no way of controlling the vibration up your elbow and your arm and your wrist. They caused lots of injuries. So we can build criteria for the good use of technology, right? And if you stay with tennis, you go through the 80s, and then the equipment makers like Wilson and Head, they start to experiment with much bigger heads, right? Much bigger sweet spot. Now, as a philosopher, I want to say, what is a tennis contest trying to measure? What's it trying to measure? Skill, effort, strategy, imagination, and so forth. Now, am I contributing to those things? And I'm going to call those things the internal goods of the activity. Is this modification in the equipment making this sport a better test of those things, or is it making it too easy? You see, because if it's making it too easy, it becomes more inclusive, right? But then it may become a lottery who wins and who loses. Now, I think another principle of sport is we want skill, effort, merit to determine who wins. Now, how is the technology of this contributing to it? I'll give you a different example from a different sport. In 1978, I played a lot of table tennis as a teenager. In 1978, the European Championships was won by an English guy called John Hilton, and he was nowhere near the #1 ranked player. But what he did is he changed the rubber of his tennis racket. So in the old days, you used to have the pimples on the outside, the old ping pong things over the kitchen table. And then as the technology became more sophisticated, they turned it inside out, and you had a smooth surface of rubber, which you could adapt in two ways. You could make it more for control, or you could make it more for speed. And they produced different rubbers which have different properties. And this allowed the game to flourish, because some players were defensive, so they wanted a more controlled rubber, and some people were more aggressive, so they wanted a faster rubber. So that technology is enhancing everybody's sport, right? What Hilton did is he reversed the rubber, and he got extended pimples. And what happened is, when the ball met these pimples, the pimples moved in unorthodox ways, and so the pattern of the ball was not predictable. It was genius in a way. But they banned it very quickly afterwards, and I think they were probably right. Why? Because part of sport is about merit, skill, training, effort, excellence, strategy, all these things. But you can't eliminate luck. But you don't want luck to be too big. You don't want luck to determine the activity, right? That will kill sport. It would be like the lotto every Saturday. It's completely random who wins. You don't win the lottery because you're a nice guy. It just happens. Now, do we want sport like that? No. So what did this create? Did it create any unfairness? I'm not sure it created unfairness. But this guy seemed to be playing something which was a slightly different activity. And this technology of the long pimples turned inside out, it made the ball so unpredictable. People couldn't use skill immediately to do it. Now, I suppose part of an answer to your question is, how much technological innovation do you want in sport? And I think it's a proper question. But I think to understand it, you've got to understand what's the nature of the sport in the first place. What are you trying to measure, rank, evaluate? And luck, that can't be too high on the list. Otherwise, you ruin the sport. The other thing about technology is, I think the people on the right-hand side of the political and economic spectrum, they'll say, leave people to be free what they want to do. And when they innovate, it will trickle down to the masses. But I don't see that happening in wheelchair sport. Because technology usually goes hand in hand with finance. And I think this is a variable that we've got to think much more about, especially if we want inclusive sport. And I think that's true at the top level. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but I'll give you one more example to finish. On Wednesday, I was in a law firm in London at a congress. And a guy who's an engineer in sailing, been a world champion sailor, Olympic sailor, he said, what sailing have done is they've incredibly revolutionized the technology of the sport. He said, in any elite vehicle, you've got hundreds of sensors. And what we decided to do is we show all of the data on where are the sailors standing or sitting, how are they moving, where are the winds, what have they done to the sail, and everybody has access to the same technology at the same time. He said, and what that means is, in a very short period, you could get a start-up sailing team, and within 5 years you could win the World Championships, because everybody has access to the same data. He said you could throw $1 billion at Formula One, and you wouldn't even get in the first league in the next 5 years. So, thinking better about how we control both access to technology, but also finances, I think that would make sport better.
Do we have another question?
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm always Riccardo Venturini from San Marino. My question is about equality and introduce the different way, the identity of the person. I say that because yesterday I was in the airport control check-in and I was the shoes. Now my shoes, in 1 second I can go out and go in. Near me it was a girl with the shoes more complicated. 10 minutes for go out and for go in. My question is possible to understand also a good way to recognize the identity in the inclusion and the equality and the possibility to find a right way, because you are engineer and I suspect it's better for us to find my shoes remaining on my feet and I don't need to go out. Thank you.
Well, there's a classic, there's a classic principle in political philosophy. There's a tension between freedom and equality. The more freedom you give, the less equality you're going to have. The more equality you push, the less freedom you have. So I think there's no formula here. You're going to be playing, even if you're not a philosopher, you're going to be playing with these two concepts all the time. If you take javelin, though, for example, and you've got access to the latest graphite technology, You take two athletes, one who's got access to the latest, they're just going to win. Now, if you want to say to me, we want to allow maximum freedom for the equipment that we're going to use, then you know that the rich nations are going to win everything. Thierry's got this very posh bike. He's got a bike worth 16,000 euros, right? Now, there's a rule in the UCI. It says, no competitor on the professional tour can use a bike that Joe Public can't go out and buy. Now, are they serious about policing that rule? Because you told me the bike you can't buy in any shop. So I think that's a problem, and I think one way around the problem of any technologized sport is to say, do we follow Formula One? Because there's two competitions every week. There's the driver, and there's the constructor. And that makes perfect sense to me. They're measuring different kinds of things. I have a big problem when the Formula One team manager says, slow down, let your teammate go ahead of you. Oh, that's not a sporting logic, right? That's something else. But if you're really serious and you want to say, we want to allow a large degree of freedom in the use of technology in our sport, you know you're not going to have equality, right? Don't pretend any different. But what you can do is you can say, well, let's play with these two things. But first you've got to decide, what's Formula One all about? And I think part of their answer is about automotive technology driving the car industry. Like the space industry, we learn lots of things about space engineering that we put into houses and materials to keep us warm. So there can be lots of really valuable spin-offs. But you've got to be really on your toes to see that the technology just doesn't dominate the sport. Because when technology dominates, it means money dominates.
Another question?
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm taking two examples. You took athletics and Formula One, and you spoke about the equipment. And my question is, we know that every year some brands are bringing on the market or new cars or new spikes and so on and so on. So those equipments are always dedicated to a limited number of athletes. So my question is, the new equipment for limited athletes, is it the end of what we call real fair play?
Right, I'm deaf, and when this lady takes a photograph when you're talking, it's unbelievably difficult for me to, so let me say if I think I got you.
I think that you didn't hear fair play.
Yeah, is it the death of fair play, you said?
My question is, we know every year different brands are bringing on the market lots of new products, new models, but still limited to their stars or to some drivers and so on. So in my opinion, at this time, we are limiting the notion of fair play.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice. So I'm going to link you up with the last question. So when I was a little bit younger anyway, I ran a lot. And if I think about these new shoes and the efficiency of their energy return, I think we're almost making meaningless any comparison between an athlete in 2020 than an athlete in 2000. Now, I don't want to say innovation's bad, right? I don't want to say that. But we need criteria to evaluate whether the innovation is good or not. And you could say on the positive side, you could say this technology is reducing injuries. Fantastic, a good goal. So harm reduction is a serious consequence of that technology. Fantastic. But there's also the efficiency of the energy return. And the efficiency is so high that we render almost meaningless comparisons with the last two Olympics. The technology is moving so quickly. Half of me thinks, but that's sport, right? We want innovation. We want innovation in equipment, in strategy, in training, in science, in medicine. Sport's always been about pushing the boundaries. I'm okay with that. But sport has also, I think, relied historically on the concept of continuity and tradition. And the new footwear technology, I think, is rupturing the relationship. So technology for harm prevention, fantastic. Technology to make the same athlete 2% quicker with no extra training? Well, okay if it's widely available and not excessively expensive. But we have to generate norms that regulate freedom and innovation. Because I'm going to go back to my previous thing. Technology will be driven by money. Money will drive inequality of access and inequality of outcome. So I think we have to... I was thinking about a different example of that, though, if I can pull it from my memory. Yeah. When, before Żelazny, the great Polish javelin thrower, when he started throwing the javelin, 100 meters, that could kill the athletes running around the bend, they had to modify the center of gravity of the javelin so it came down quicker. And they recognized that based on this safety principle, they would render meaningless any comparison between world records then and world records before. It's almost like inventing a new activity. And you can do that on good grounds, on safety. How is it changing the nature of javelin throwing, though? Does it make shorter people better because the javelins? Does it make bigger people better? Does it make heavier people better? I don't know those things. But you've got to know those when you're making the rule changes. Because you've got to have, I'm the philosopher to my bones, you've got to have a prior conception of what is it we're trying to measure, evaluate, compare, rank. We don't want it to be technology. We don't want it to be luck. We want it to be athletic excellence. Okay, what does that look like in our sport? That's, for me, the number one question. Inclusion, wonderful goal. At what level of sport? Now, we don't want completely open categories, right? Otherwise, I end up playing tennis against Jake Sinner. What a waste of time. So all of these values, they're kind of intentional all the time. Equality, excellence, equity. The question is, how do we balance them? And there's no formula. You have to go case by case, sport by sport, according to what you want from your sport. But is it the death of fair play? It's not the death of fairness if everybody has access to similar technology. If. That's a big if. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because, you would see, you're going to see good club athletes doing the marathon quicker than the best athletes in the world 25 years ago. Is that problematic? I think it is. But I'm not going to stop Nike and Adidas and Saucony and Hoka. But World Athletics has to think really seriously about preserving the history, tradition, and excellence of their activity, not just allowing the manufacturers of these equipment, because all they're interested in is selling products. That's all. Getting the best athletes in the world to wear their kit, to wear the shoes. And I think they've got to be tough against that. Yeah, let the mass market buy these things. Wonderful. I mean, if I'm an average athlete and I can run a half marathon in 1:20 because I'm wearing these shoes, fantastic. But when you start talking about serious sport, competitive sport, we need better regulation, I think.
Do you believe it goes in the direction of World Athletics forbidding, a few years ago, those special swimming suits? They made the decision to forbid some swimming suits.
Yeah, they had a certain layer of graphite in them, so you floated slightly higher in the water, therefore you met less resistance. Again, I think I've got these two answers which are almost identical, which is swimming, I think, tried to say, everybody can wear these suits, here are some options, nobody can wear those suits. So it cared about fairness, that's good. And it cared about continuity, because, but the commercial logic of elite sport drives world records. That's why anybody who says, I don't understand why people dope. I just think, well, I do. It's just really obvious why they do it. And if you think about the financial incentives for moderately wealthy West, North European athletes, maybe they have a profession, maybe they've been funded by the lottery, maybe they're funded by the government, and you look at the rest of the world and you're thinking, well, this isn't fair, is it? Anyway, the swimming suits, I think, is a good example, and I think FINA, I don't know the detail, but I think they tried to do a good thing. They tried to say, okay, we'll allow some differences, but not those, because it's a different swimming stroke. You're on the top of the water, so you're definitely going to get faster. If you care about fairness, make sure everybody's got the equipment.
Do we have another question from the room? If not, I have one. Okay. And it's also about fairness and equity, but it is related to a case you and I know very well because we are involved in anti-doping. It's the situation of Casper Semenya. You know, this South African female runner who was forbidden to run because her level of male hormones, natural male hormones, were so high. And at one moment, the advice that was given to Casper Semenya was to use an hormonal treatment to diminish the level of male hormones in her body. And I was interviewed by a Belgian media at that time, and I called this, and I would like to have your reaction on that, I called this reverse doping, saying it's a kind of doping. What is your meaning about that?
Well, I did do an interview on the BBC about that exactly, so I'll just rehearse the argument. You have to have a different approach toward external and artificial differences than you do natural differences. Was this a naturally occurring variation? Yes. Was she responsible for it? No. Should you therefore be modifying her actions? No. Three points now to finish. The first is, if you're going to regulate against naturally occurring differences, then you're going to kick Phelps out of the swimming contest. Abnormally big feet, abnormally short legs against an abnormally high torso. So you say you can't compete. So I think the idea of intervening on naturally arising characteristics is very problematic. Second point, I thought this was a good line, so I'm going to rehearse it. Testosterone doesn't win races. Athletes do. Athletes who've got courage and determination, who are prepared to train hard and make sacrifices. Testosterone is an important variable, and in some sports it's an extremely important variable. So maybe you need to modify a little bit your approach here, maybe. Fourthly, the most important point. World Athletics had a code of ethics. And in that code of ethics, I suspect they borrowed it from the Olympic Charter, they said, every athlete must be treated with dignity. Now, how can you square the idea of respecting someone's dignity and then forcing a person to have hormonal depletion? So I just think it's immoral and inconsistent, and that's what I said at the time.
We were on the same line. Okay, reaction to that from the room? I know it's very sensitive, but no one wants to react? Philippe?
Not on this, but to come back to my previous question, do you think that fair play is only a notion we can dedicate to amateur sport, because there are no more differences?
Just a second. Excuse me. While he's talking, can you not photograph? Please, I can't hear him. Sorry.
So my question is the notion of fair play, based on what you answered on the new technologies and so on, dedicated to only a small part of athletes, only a notion for amateur sport?
No, I don't think that at all. No, I think it's absolutely critical for the survival of sport at all levels. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the thing I want to say is you have to have fair norms and play norms. You have to get fair play, you need the combination. Sigmund Lowland's got a wonderful book on this. If you look at the enhanced games, which you used, I think, as the other example, there's nothing unfair in it, right? There's nothing unfair about the enhanced games. The rules will be applying to everybody in an equal way, right? You can prepare how you want to. Is it good? Is it satisfying a player? No, absolutely not. It's a circus. And I've got a big problem with the circus, because they say that they're going to protect the healthy athletes are just bullshit. Just bullshit. They're just going to sell the product in a freak show. Now, I think the killer point, though, is they then respond and say, oh, we're not going to allow everybody to take whatever drugs they want. We're going to regulate it. Well, we've already got something for regulation. It's called WADA. All you want to do is soften the rules. Well, who's interested in that? So I can see it getting traction, especially from athletes who are coming toward the end of their career because they see the end of their economic life cycle. I can see that. I can see it to people who are going to be prepared to take unbelievable risks. But that's not the play norm, right? So I think fair play is absolutely critical at all levels, but you've got to pay attention both to the fairness norms, because you can have fair sport, which is bad sport. That's why I want to argue for meaningful sport. So look after the fair and the play norms. But no, I think it's crucial and always will be.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your inspiring speech and answers to the questions. It is 10 to 1. We will now have the lunch break, and we should be back in the room at the latest, I will say not 2, but 2:15, because we have a little bit of time. So 2:15, back in this room, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed the lunch. It's now time to pursue our activities, and it is my great pleasure to give the floor to my distinguished colleague, Professor Dr. Manfred Lammer, who is also the president of the European Olympic Academies. Manfred, the floor is yours.
That's too much. So, yeah, dear friends, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to our president, Philippe Ouziot, and the Greek organizers for their invitation as one of the speakers here at this Congress. As some of you may know, I was one of the initiators of the foundation of the EFPM in the FIFA house in Zurich in 1994 and served as vice president for almost 20 years. I couldn't attend the last Congress in Mardin because of other commitments, and I'm more than happy now to be with you again here in Olympia, the cradle of the Olympic Games, in a way my second home, since I attended the session, the IOA session, in 1964. So allow me another remark. If you miss a PowerPoint presentation, I must tell you that during the last 2 weeks I had some problems, family problems, as well as problems in my position in sport, and I really could not prepare a PowerPoint presentation. I shall do it like the ancient Greeks, you know. If you listen to me, I hope I will make you understand, and we have no photos, videos, and other visual support. So, ist das? I'm sorry, I need a minute to, here. Yeah. In our open Western democratic societies, the term inclusion is understood to mean the participation of every individual in social and political life, including in sport. This principle is undoubtedly a form of fair play. I shall show you that later. Our colleague Marcellini has already spoken at length about its importance, and therefore I feel neither compelled nor in a position to repeat or add to her remarks. I'm not a pedagogue, I'm not a sociologist or psychologist, but I'm a classical scholar and historian, and my field of research is the Olympic Games and Olympism. I would therefore like to approach the topic under discussion here in a different way than some of you may have expected. I'm interested in the question of which groups of minorities were initially excluded from sporting competition and how they eventually gained access to sport. My focus primarily is on the Olympic Games. Now, the Olympic Charter, the Bible of Olympism, governs the rights and obligations of all members of the Olympic movement and serves as a guiding framework for all decisions concerning it. Therefore, it should serve as our starting point. 2 paragraphs from the fundamental principles which precede the main body of the Charter are particularly significant. Paragraph 4 states, "The practice of sport is a human right. Every individual must have access to the practice of sport without discrimination of any kind." And paragraph 6 elaborates further. "The enjoyment of the rights and freedoms set forth in the Olympic Charter shall be secured without discrimination of any kind, such as race, color, sex, sexual orientation, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status." These 2 passages already make it clear that anyone wishing to exercise their right to participate actively in Olympic sport and who complies with the Olympic Charter must not be denied this participation. The participation of minorities in social life, particularly in employment, politics, education, science and culture, is now widely accepted in our societies. This is reinforced by numerous international resolutions and agreements and by national legislation. The same applies to sport. In recent decades, various measures and initiatives have raised public awareness of the importance of inclusion in sport. Given the breadth and complexity of the topic, my aim here cannot be to examine every area, every aspect and detail in the limited time available. Considering that we have gathered here at the International Olympic Academy, and I'm speaking as president of the Association of European Olympic Academies, I hope you will understand my focus on internationally organized elite sport, in other words, Olympic sport. In this context, I will explore several historical trajectories, particularly the inclusion of women, persons with disabilities, and overcoming social barriers. Let's have a look back to the beginning. We are here in Olympia, where 2,500 years ago the athletes competed, and the Olympic Games stem from this beginning. In its early stages, organized sport in Greece was marked not by integration or inclusion, but by exclusion. This is evident in ancient Greece's public competitions, especially the Olympic Games. These games, like the other Panhellenic contests, were national in nature, open only to Greeks. This condition was strictly controlled and sworn to by the athletes and other officials. Until the end of the classical period, only those born of Greek parents were considered Greek. Non-Greeks labeled barbarians were barred from participation. Furthermore, competitors had to possess full civic rights in a polis, the typical Greek city-state. These political and social restrictions meant that 70 to 80, in some cases more than 80% of the population, especially slaves and foreign residents or guest workers, were excluded. The athletes at Olympia came from an exclusive and affluent minority. Contemporary notions often shape our modern understanding of Athenian democracy and do not fully reflect historical realities. In the Hellenistic period, after the reign of Alexander the Great, the rigid concept of eligibility began to change. Regardless of their ancestry, anyone who had received a physical and intellectual education in a gymnasium, spoke Greek, and identified with Greek religion and culture, could now participate in the great Paralympic Games. Only in the Roman imperial period were athletes from across the ancient world admitted to major competitions regardless of their origin. Therefore, the ancient Olympic Games were national events to which independent Greek city-states sent their athletes and representatives. From the Renaissance onward, European scholars regarded the Games through the preservation in written accounts as national festival. This remained the dominant perception until 1894, when Pierre de Coubertin launched the idea of the modern Olympic Games. Many national sports organizations at the time opposed this idea on ideological grounds, including the Greeks themselves, also the German gymnastic movement and the Pan-Slavic Sokol Federation. The claim to equal rights for women in sport is now broadly accepted in principle across most countries, despite differences in tradition and political systems. Yet in practice, full equality is still not universally achieved, especially in some or several Muslim countries. Today, the Olympic Charter guarantees women's unrestricted right to participate. In ancient times, such rights were unthinkable. Gender roles were strictly defined. Men were responsible for politics, economics, and defense. Women were confined to the household and taking care of the children. While young men of free birth received a civic education in the gymnasium, girls received only basic literary training and were otherwise prepared by their mothers for the practical demands of marriage. As women played no role in public life, they were not permitted to enter the gymnasium or to participate in competitions. During the Olympic festival, they were even prohibited from entering the sacred grounds of Olympia for religious reasons. Thus, the inclusion of women in the modern Olympic Games has no ancient precedent at all. It is a product of the political, social, and economic emancipation of the past 150 years and had to be achieved against strong resistance from leading figures of the Olympic movement. Among them, Pierre de Coubertin, who explicitly cited ancient precedents to justify his opposition. When modern sport began to emerge, competition's national and social exclusivity initially continued. The Olympic Games held in newly independent Greece from 1859 to 1889 were once again national festivals reserved exclusively for Greek participants. Although, similar to antiquity, These came from across the Ottoman Empire, the whole East Mediterranean region, from the Levant, from Egypt, and from countries on the Balkan, wherever Greeks in those times lived. These revived games aimed to promote national unity and patriotism as tools for liberation and development. While there were no longer official exclusions, women were still barred from participation, which was in line with ancient traditions, but also with the reality in the 19th century. In 1811, Friedrich Ludwig Jahn introduced his concept of, I must explain it to many of you, the concept of Turnen, usually translated in English with gymnastics, but Turnen was more. It was a movement in Berlin, which started in Berlin, aiming to liberate Germany from Napoleonic rule and establish a constitutional monarchy influenced by Enlightenment ideals. Jahn's movement disregarded class distinctions, which were evident in uniform clothing and egalitarian address. However, participation by women was not envisioned, as the primary goal of gymnastics was to prepare young men for military readiness. Physical education for girls only began to develop in the mid-19th century in Germany through compulsory schooling and the introduction of physical education as a subject. These reforms had little effect on the public gymnastics movement. Only in the final decades of the 19th century, under the influence of women's emancipation and increasing advocacy by physicians, were women gradually allowed to participate in gymnastics clubs, such as those affiliated with the German Gymnastics Association, which by then counted over 1.5 million members. Next, Pierre de Coubertin's Olympic movement emerged. Under the motto, all games, all nations, the Olympic Games were intended to transcend nationalist ideologies, unite peoples, and promote peace. His ideal was the physically, intellectually, and morally cultivated young man, striving for excellence under the maxim, as you know, Citius, Altius, Fortius. Women had no place in this vision, and Coubertin fiercely opposed their participation in competitive sport. Between 1900 and 1908, only a few women were allowed to compete in sports at the Olympic Games, such as tennis, sailing, and figure skating. However, a breakthrough came at the 1912 Games in Stockholm, where female swimmers and divers were included under the pressure from the Swedish hosts for the first time. Plans for the 1916 Berlin Games included an expanded women's program, but the Games were cancelled due to the World War I. Women in countries involved in the war played a crucial role in maintaining the economy and public services. Their political participation, and especially the right to vote, increased significantly. Consequently, they also demanded inclusion in international sports federations and the Olympic movement. At the 1920 Antwerp Games, more women's events were introduced, but this change was too slow for the pioneers of women's rights in sport. After the IOC rejected a proposal by a rower and feminist Alice Milliat for equal treatment of women in 1919, she founded the Fédération Sportive Féminine Internationale and organized separate Women's World Games in 1921 in Monaco, Monte Carlo. This intensified pressure on the IOC. In response, the IOC decided at its 1925 Congress in Prague to admit women to further Olympic events, starting with the 1928 Amsterdam Games. This development prompted Coubertin to resign and declared in an open letter to the athletes in Amsterdam, "These games are no longer my games." But the door had been opened and it remained open. Since 1928, the number of Olympic events open to women increased steadily. By the way, the European Olympic Academies will meet for the next Congress in October in Prague, and one argument from our side was to our Czech friends, do you know, you can celebrate, commemorate 100 years of this important Olympic Congress in Prague in 1925. And from there on, women were part of the Olympic movement, and I do not want now to explain, you know, in which year, which event was added, etc. That's what you can always read in Google, you know. But the most spectacular milestone was reached with the election of Kirsty Coventry as the first female president of the IOC some weeks ago. The inclusion of women as athletes and as officials after 125 years can be considered nearly complete. The next achievement of the Olympic movement was its influence on the development of sport for people with disabilities and its shared responsibility for the Paralympic Games. The first sports club for the deaf was founded in Germany, in Berlin in 1888, and the first international federation for the deaf athletes, the Comité International des Sports des help me, is it sourds? Of the deaf en français? Yeah? Sourds. The sourds. Okay. After World War I, tens of thousands of amputees and visually impaired veterans lived in the participating countries, but there were no systematic efforts to integrate them into sport. Nonetheless, individual cases showed that athletes with disabilities could compete successfully with the disabled. Hungarian shooter Károly Takács, who lost his right hand in an accident in 1938, trained with his left hand and went on to win Olympic gold in London 1948 and Helsinki 52. After the First World War, as I told you, hundreds of thousands of soldiers with permanent disabilities in many countries who required long-term medical care, but apart from a few exceptions, this was provided without scientifically based exercise therapy and without sport involvement. This changed after the Second World War, which claimed far more military and civilian victims than the First World War. A major turning point came with the already mentioned Dr. Ludwig Guttmann, a Jewish neurologist who had emigrated from Breslau to England in 1939. And at the request of the British government, he established a rehabilitation center for paraplegics at Stoke Mandeville Hospital in Amesbury. In 1943, that means during the war already. From the outset, physical activity and sport were central to the treatment approach. This initiative had far-reaching consequences. In parallel with the 1948 London Olympic Games, Guttmann organized the first Stoke Mandeville Games, in which 16 wheelchair-bound patients, including 2 women, competed in archery. These games became an annual event from 1949 to 1959. In 1952, they were renamed the International Stoke Mandeville Games. By then, 21 countries were represented and 14 sports were on the program. But all for athletes, only for athletes with spinal cord injuries. These games took place from 1949 to 1959, and the number of participating countries rose steadily. It is remarkable how clearly and persistently Ludwig Guttmann envisioned integrating these games into the Olympic movement from the first moment. As early as 1948, he declared, and I quote, "The Stoke Mandeville Games should one day achieve international renown as the equivalent of the Olympic Games for non-disabled athletes." At the same time, it was decided that the Games should be held every 4 years in the same country as the Summer Olympics. Due to the difficult conditions at the time for paraplegics to cover such great distances, this intention could not yet be realized in 1956, when the Olympic Games were in Melbourne in Australia. However, in 1960 and 64, Guttmann successfully negotiated with the Olympic organizing committees to hold the Games in the Olympic cities of Rome and Tokyo, respectively. This temporal and geographical alignment with the Olympic Games enhanced the reputation and public visibility of disability sport at all. But then it experienced a setback. Technical difficulties meant that the Stoke Mandeville Games had to move from Mexico to Tel Aviv in 1968 and from Munich to Heidelberg in 1972. However, the 1976 Games in Toronto was a new milestone. For the first time, the circle of participants was extended beyond paraplegics to include other groups of disabled people. In a way, the Games in Toronto were really the first Paralympic Games. Competitions of amputees, the blind and the visually impaired were added to the program, which now included 15 sports. When the organizing committee for the 1980 Moscow Olympics refused to host games, to host any kind of games for the disabled, they were relocated to Arnhem, Netherlands. Given this experience, the IOC decided at its 1981 session in Baden-Baden to award the Olympic Games in the future only to a candidate who committed also to organize the Games for the disabled. The International Games for the Disabled, which were moved from Los Angeles to New York in 1984, the first after the death of Ludwig Guttmann, had a record number of 1,750 participants. However, full inclusion was not achieved because of the lack of accessibility in the sports facilities of the metropolis of millions. Athletes with spinal injuries of all people had to hold their competitions again in the birthplace of the SMG in Stoke Mandeville compound in England. Based on the Baden-Baden decisions, the Games for athletes with disabilities were held now under the new, by the IOC authorized name, Paralympic Games in Seoul in 1988. With more than 3,000 athletes from 60 countries, packed sports venues and global media coverage, these games marked another milestone in the history of disability sports, one that had far-reaching and lasting impacts, particularly on the development of Paralympic sport in the host country. In 1989, 1 year later, the International Paralympic Committee, IPC, was founded and established its headquarters in Bonn, Germany, the former capital of the Federal Republic. According to an agreement between the International Olympic Committee and the IPC, the number of athletes at the Paralympic Summer Games was capped to a maximum of 4,000, competing in 22 sports and 450 events. This agreement has since been revised several times. The Paralympic Winter Games, which were added to the program in 1976 and will next take place in 2026 in Milan and Cortina d'Ampezzo, are expected to feature around 600 athletes across 79 events, including 5 mixed-gender competitions. Given the substantial financial support provided by the IOC, the Paralympics can already be viewed in some respect as part of the Olympic movement, not of the Games, but of the movement. On the other hand, the IOC has repeatedly drawn clear boundaries to this partnership in recent years, for instance, by prohibiting the IPC from using specific terminology and logos, thereby protecting its own interests. By the way, logo. You see here down the logo of the European Fair Play Movement, and I would like to remind you that this was the logo which the German Fair Play Initiative in 1989 had produced by one of the leading German designer, Otto Eicher, who was also the designer of the Olympic Games in Munich. And we produced it in 3 versions. We have a national version, we have the version in other colors for the International Fair Play Committee, and when we established this in Zurich 30 years ago, I came and brought this from Frankfurt as a present, and we gave the license to the EFPM to use it. And when I was sitting over there, I looked at the colors and said, these are the colors of the Ukraine, you know. It is by chance, but it is so. And yeah, I only would like to say something at the end about competition. There are, of course, natural limits to the inclusion of disabled and non-disabled athletes, especially when it comes to sports competition. Due to the different physical and mental requirements, a direct comparison of performance would contradict, of course, the idea of fair play. We spoke about that when Mike gave his presentation here. For this reason, the IOC and IPC will continue to work closely together in the future, but will retain their independence because they have responsibility for specific target groups. A merger of the two organizations in the way of inclusion is neither intended nor advisable. Nevertheless, one has to ask why all disabled athletes are not at least united under one roof, and why they are still separate, while there are still separate associations for wheelchair users, deaf people, and mentally impaired athletes in addition to the IPC. This maybe should be discussed later, and that's what I, just as a basis for a discussion, would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Manfred. So we will not have a question time now, but at the end of the three presentations of this afternoon, we will have a common question time, a kind of round table, if you prefer. Okay?
Yep.
So Manfred, vielen Dank.
Yeah.
So we have now two invited speakers. The first one, Demosthenis Tampakos, is just in front of me, and I welcome you, or maybe you welcome us in your house. This is more appropriate. The second one, who was previewed, was Mr. Gavalos, the Paralympic athletes. Unfortunately, for personal reasons, today he had to renounce to be with us. And so Michalis accepted to take the floor after Mr. Tampakos, and I'm grateful to you, Michalis, to have accepted. So let me give the floor first to Mr. Tampakos, who is at the same time the General Secretary of the Ministry of Sport of Greece, of course, and the President of the Hellenic Olympic Academy. So, if you allow me, with such a first name, I give the floor to Demosthenes. It's more than it's philosophy. Okay. So please, take the floor. You have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay. We will connect it.
Okay, now, yes. It feels like a family gathering. And it's an honor to be here and a joy at the same time. And I will share with you some thoughts. I had a friend who is Helena Gonzalez, who is a postdoctoral historian of Harvard University, and he had told me nobody has ever complained for someone who talked less than the appropriate time. So I'll try to be short and talking from the heart. It's not a talk, it's just a conversation. Well, we know from ancient times, and in all civilizations, in villages, sport has always been a means for communicating, for connecting people. And in every celebration, ritual or cultural, there were always sport activities, racing with bullocks or different kinds of wrestling, swimming. And through sport, people could experience unity and joy. But we see that somehow, in the era we live, sports have been declined from its main purpose. It has become mostly business. And it's our duty to bring sports in the positions it should be. Talking from personal experience with the sports trainer, I had a collaboration throughout my sports career. I was somehow lucky because I was accepting human values in action. And actually, Thanasis Kapnidis, who is also he was the sports trainer of Ioannis Melissanidis, the gold Olympic medalist on floor. In our first competition, when I was 9 years old, I had won the silver medal on floor. And when I went to the floor for the medal ceremony, I stood next to the first one, and I felt like a giant from behind me to take our hands and shake your hands, congratulate each other. It was the first moment of a paradigm of in action, the importance of respecting the other's effort. Also, Alekos Ioakimidis, the coach that I had the 2 Olympic medals and Worlds and European championships, he taught me that to be independent. Gradually, he was driving me to not to depend on him, to be responsible for my decisions and to take decisions. And of course, another lesson I learned from Alekos is to be a lifelong learner. That he was showing from his example that even if you are an Olympic winner coach, still we have something to learn. You must be always open to something new, to a new perspective. As we see, we can, through sports, actually now through sports in school education, there are many values, so individual and social values that can be cultivated through action, not in theory. And also, as is the motto from the Olympic, International Olympic Academy, education in and through Olympism. At the same point of view, through sports and through Olympism, we are getting prepared to practice values in everyday life. in everything, small or big, without discriminate something is big, something is small. Everything is important, and everything can embrace and can be filled with values. So that we create through sports, through gymnastics in school, through sports in clubs and in competitions, so that we can create the leaders of the future, because the world today is in the situation that is today because of decisions that have been taken from people or from teams of people. So we need to create the new leaders to take the right decision all the time, and the right decision for the common good. In this process to create leaders, of course, it is important to cultivate different types of values, like concern for the other, or the feeling of necessity of continuous improvement, and individual values, like the sense of duty, the devotion, and discrimination. And as a part of our education also can be the sharing of beautiful stories from sports as a continuous feedback to remind the students that through sport you can express the greatness of human. And there are many sports that, many stories that remind us and are inspiring us. For example, I had a student that in a race in a Greek island, in an international race, he somehow lost his way, and the English athlete that was in front of him gave him a signal so that he come back to the right way, and also he was waiting for him, leaving him to go back, and then continue his way. And there are plenty of stories of fair play that we can meet. But when such a story surprises us, when we are excited listening such a story, we can say it's a tragedy, because the obvious does not need a praise. And this attitude, this behavior is the normal, is the obvious. So another task that I believe that it's another task for us to move beyond this approach of fair play. So I think in Greek, and I translate in English at the same time, but I believe I was understood somehow. Okay, and okay, I will conclude. Is that you? Oh. So nice. Well, before I conclude, I want to say that it was a forum a few years ago in Lausanne of FIFA on leadership and ethics on sports. And it was told a story, and the main quote of the story was that there are only two options in a competition, in a game. Either you win or you help others win. And the victory of the one must be a celebration for all. The new perception demands a new perspective on victory and defeat, because both of them are sides of the same coin. On the other hand, it's important to feel that sport is a means that serves humanity, is in the service of man, and something that helps man to become a better man. Because the next day, after a competition, nobody cares and nobody remembers the result of the previous day. Thank you for your time and your attention. And best regards.
Thank you, Demosthenes. I don't know if this image was a surprise for you, having the lady in the room or not.
Actually, I was looking for her. But I was not sure.
Okay. So this was a beautiful image of sport. Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you, Demosthenes. And now... Okay, Katarina, come. Come. Demosthenes. I will play.
My daughter is 46. Yes, my daughter. Now 45. Yes. How could you find this photo?
I was looking for you, and I liked it a lot.
Voilà. Can you imagine that the little girl is 46 today? And I forgot to say that you were Olympic champion gymnastic. Which year?
Yes, 2000 and 2004.
In Athens.
Athens gold and Sydney.
Wow. Congratulations. So, I will now give the floor to Michalis, but we just have to make a small change of USB key, and then we will be okay.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor being here among you. Thank you for the invitation. So, as you came in, probably you saw posters and diplomas, cartoons, stuff. Also, you found them in your bags. It's about a game that we created a long time ago, 2009, and you honor this game by giving us the European Fair Play Award. It's called Run and Out. Run and Out was a game for children, for primary school, and children till the age of 12. It is still a game for children. And we created it because of the rain. When I moved to a city I'm living now, in Ioannina, it's northwest of Greece, nearby the lake, beautiful city, but it rains a lot. When I say a lot, a lot. So when I moved there, it was 43 days every day, it was raining 43 days. So we had to do something in the school. I'm a physical education sport teacher as well. So we went to a shelter, started playing a game. We didn't discover America, we started playing a game, and then we started making rules, getting rules in, taking rules out. All of that, we made it to, in the beginning as a championship. Then we forgot the World Championship. I will tell you why later. So, it's a game about all the children in the class. The team is all the class. We don't exclude any children. We don't care if they are good athletes or not. We want them to participate and give their best for the team, for the class. So, okay. I'm going to tell you a story because Mr. Tabakos said a few things that I remember all over these years. You know, he spoke about values, and we're trying with this game to get all the values inside. And he spoke about decisions of the team. And we have our kids decide which is the captain by voting. We have referees, children, we have everyone involved. I'm going to tell you a story about fair play in action. The second year of Run and Out, 2010, we had 15 schools participating in Run and Out celebration, not a championship anymore, because we didn't want the World Championship to be there. We wanted to take out the need to win every time, and we want to insert the joy of playing. So, I was going around the schools, teaching them how to play, and there was one school that there was a child, student, he had this intellectual disability, not very strong, and his feet were like this, turned inside. So he was running slower than the others, but he was very happy that he was participating. The other kids loved him also. We decided when we had the celebration, every school to bring 24 children to the games. At first, he was excluded from the team. He was sad. His physical education and sport teacher heard about this, and she called me. So we decided to give him a jersey, number 25 was the jersey. He was the captain of the team. He was also the assistant coach of the physical education teacher. And we said, because we are playing 3 games, if his team wins or loses the first 2, he will go in. So to make a long story short, it was 2 games, they were winning by 2 games, and he told him, Jim, you're in. After 15 years, I remember this. He was like, oh, I'm in, I'm ready to play. So the game is throwing the ball and trying to make some stops to cross a line to get the point. He threw the ball, he went to the one station, and the teacher had some good students throw the ball well, so he can make it because he was running slower. So he had 12 meters to get the point. As I told you, remember that, I had the referees' children with the flags in every corner. So his teammate threw the ball well, he started running. Can you see the movies? There is a slow motion, you are counting, maybe Chariots of Fire. they were running and you are counting steps. We are counting steps. So he crossed the line. As long as he crossed the line, the whole bench, the whole school went to him. They threw him in the air. He was very happy. I was crying here. The parents were crying in the stands. The physical education was crying there. And the best part was the other day. They were playing again. He was again in the game. So he was running from one station towards my station. But the other teammate threw the ball. He didn't throw it well. So he was about 4 meters away. And the ball came to the best player of the other team. So the only thing he can do is touch the ball down and throw him out. So he turns away, he looks at him, and he stops. He doesn't do nothing. The other kids were shouting at him, go, 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 throw him out. He was like this with the ball. So Dimitris was red because he was trying hard to come. He passes the station, he goes, and he passes the line. So he got the point, but I was looking at the other guy, Panagiotis. So after the game, I told him, Panagiotis, come here. He came like this. He was very shy. Come here. Did you do this on purpose or you missed it? He was like this. Tell me. Okay, but I will tell you, but it's our secret. Okay, okay. I saw this kid yesterday, how happy he was. I didn't want to stop him being happy. It was my first medal fair play for this kid. I didn't tell him anything. He did it by himself. He was the best player of the other team. He saw the kid, the other kid was happy. I didn't want him to stop being happy. That's what I kept always in my mind. So, with Ethnoa, with Learning Olympic Academy, we developed a game. We're trying to make it to schools. Thank you for all the cooperation, Ms. Panagopoulou, Mr. Debak now. And we saw kids with autism playing. You see here, we have friend guides. That's why we call them. We bring schools to play. They don't have to know the rules. We make guides from kids from other schools that know the rules, and they guide them through the game. So they're all having a great time. This is when you gave me the European Fair Play Award. These are my kids. My first kids now are teachers. And we go out for ouzo, or beer. But I was very happy seeing them there. All the joy of running out is at the top picture with this kid. Kids love it. Kids want to participate in it. Kids respect other kids. You see there are 350 people inside the stadium playing running out. So, what else can I say? It's, as Mr. Tabako said, it doesn't matter if you lose, because we don't have lose. We have only win or being better. I like what you said about making others win also. I will try and use it also today. So that's about running out. We're using it. As I told you, we didn't discover America. Well, we need is remove the need only to win and instead the joy to play. All for all with all is one quote we use. Fair chances, fair potential is another quote we use. And joy of the children is the only thing we want for this game. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It was great. I would like, if possible, to have Demosthenes, you, Michalis, and if possible, Professor Lammer, but I think he left the room, to come with me and Philippe, please. And maybe we can answer your questions or receive your comments on the 3 testimonies of this afternoon. Please join with me. You want us upstairs? Okay. And Manfred is joining. Venez, we go upstairs. So take a seat. Do we have some questions or comments from the room? To start, I have one question, and I would say there is one more seat here. Voilà, please. Yes, sit. Voilà. You want to sit or not? Voilà. Are the stars shining? Yes? Okay. So do we have any question coming from the room? Someone who wants to intervene? So I have a question, and I would say I would like to ask this question to the four of you. In your roles, in your qualities, in your activities in life, how do you consider those main fair play gestures that were cited by Demosthenes and by you, Michalis? And maybe I would first ask the question to you, Demosthenes. You were Olympic champion. Why is fair play in this perspective of inclusion of today so important for you? You can put the mic on. Huh?
Even when I was an athlete, and during the competitions, always everyone was isolated because he had a specific goal, his greatest performance during the competition. But at the same time, there is a respect and an empathy of the opponent, of the other, who has also the same agony, the same effort for many years till he comes to that moment. So, when you're growing up as an athlete, you understand that with the other one, you are members of the same family. For example, when during COVID, when Sylvester Cholany, who was first in Sydney on rings, died from COVID, the first one I wanted to share it was Jordan Yovtsev, who was second in Athens and third in Sydney. But I felt that he was my family, and it was the first time I sent that about Sylvester Cholany. So when when we expand it, we see the human beyond any disability or any specific educational or not need, because you see deeper in the heart of the man.
Thank you. Philippe, you were also an Olympic athlete, 1968 in Mexico. What is your feeling about my question?
First of all, there is a major difference between Demosthenes and myself, because he won medals and I participate. So it's a huge difference. But at the end of a long career, and in the function I have now and still have in life in general, I must say that what I've learned with sport is mainly the universality of the values we are supporting. In fact, friendship, relationship, team spirit, fair play are also values you find in your daily life. It's not solely when you're an athlete.
And the major lesson I was learning during my career and after my career was, like you said, the kind of family, not only the long jumper or the sprinter, but also, let's say, the global family of Olympians. And that the reason why, I don't know if you use it regularly, the IOC found it a good idea to send to all the Olympians this this logo. And it's also being proud to what you have done, for sure, but also the responsibility to spread the values in every single aspect of your life.
Michalis, you are an educator. What is your reaction to the two testimonies of Demosthenes and Philip?
I want to add something to them because they are right. As far as kids we are talking about, year after year, it becomes more difficult for kids because they don't want to lose. They are afraid to lose. They only want to win. And they are afraid that I'm not good at it. I cannot try it. We encourage them to participate, to make the best from themselves for the team, to make them happy being in a team, being in a company, being well together, and to use this thing in their life. That's the main purpose. Teach them how to use fair play in their life the days to come. Respect the others, respect the value of others. There was a saying that let me remember it correctly. The value of the one who loses give more
value to the one
value
who wins.
to the winner. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we are in a situation that we are managing to do this for the children, for making them happy, and remember how to make them happy. Remember them to understand they have to enjoy every moment. Sorry about my English, I'm forgetting them.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to conclude with you, Manfred. You have the perspective of the historian. What is, in your opinion, the meaning of those fair play gestures that we heard with Demosthenes, with Philip, and with Michalis?
I think what Demosthenes said is very important, that you should have a goal in your specific sport, but you should always look beyond the goal, and you should look at the spirit in which you do it. And this can normally only reached by education, you know. If you tell 14, 15, 16-year-old boys that they have to look at the improvement of their performance, and this year you were better, last year you were, or the other way around. It is very difficult if young athletes a year, I had it also, are suddenly worse than last year, and then they have their doubts. Should I continue or not? Therefore, I think education in this respect is not only a matter of the school. We always think education means school. No, all the coaches, all those who are responsible for running the elite sport and so on, they are responsible educators. And they have to, if they see that an athlete takes a wrong way or is in danger, they should really do something. And, you know, I cannot speak so much for me. You know, you were Olympic champion, you were an Olympian, and I was only German. I was national, in the junior years, I was on the national top, but I never competed at the Olympic Games or so. And therefore, I'm not so your level, you know. But I'm an observer, of course, and I was member of the famous German athletic club of Leverkusen near Cologne, where Heide Rosendahl, Liesel Westermann, and all the top athletes came from, Kurt Bentlin, the world record holder, and so on. And I organized training camps for them, also abroad in Greece, in Spain, in Israel. And I was on the scene, but my own role of performance was very modest, but I like sport.
Thank you. And if you allow me, I would like to remember everybody one gesture that impressed me during the Olympic Games in Tokyo. It was the shared Olympic champion medal between Tamberi and Bashrim in the high jump. And I had the opportunity to speak with Tamberi, not with Tamberi, with Bashrim, and to learn from him how they decided to share this medal. It was just, to me, a beautiful story, and I encourage you to go back to those images. They are beautiful. No more question from the room? No comment from the room? So then I would like to invite our 4 invitees to go back to their seats, and we will move with Philippe and myself. Maybe you can stay, Philippe. We will move to the conclusions. So, guys, we've been underway during 4 years around this role of fair play with some learnings from the 4 years. Of course, this presentation will be shared with all of you, so you will have it, okay? But I would like to remember you that after the first Congress of 2022, we had a declaration about the fight against discriminations in sport. After the 2023 Congress, that was about overcoming racism in sport, we also made some statement, and we did the same after the 2024 Congress around violence, bullying, and cheating. This is the summary, and I will not read it, but this is the summary of the conclusions of the 3 congresses of 2022, 2023, and 2024. Of course, we cannot conclude our Congress of today in such a short time, but we've been thinking about a possible declaration on sport. Give me 1 second. We've been thinking about a possible declaration, and to be very clear to you, this is a proposal. This is not, like we say in French, apprendre ou à laisser, okay? And I would like to read you this purpose of declaration. It starts with the quote of Nelson Mandela: "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in uncommon ways." And then I move to the proposed text. We, the undersigned members and friends of the European Fair Play movement, affirm our personal commitment and that of our respective organizations to firmly reject all forms of discriminations, whether based on gender, race, ethnic origin, religion, sexual orientation, or any other personal characteristics. We also condemn all forms of violence, whether physical, verbal, or psychological in sport. In the name of fair play and Olympic values, we firmly believe that sport should be a place of respect, solidarity, and inclusion. Every individual, regardless of their differences, must have the opportunity to participate, to develop, and to feel valued within the sporting community. As a result, we are committed to promoting inclusive practices, raising awareness and educating about diversity and equality issues, and creating safe and welcoming environments for all. Together, we can make sport a vehicle of peace, mutual understanding, and social progress. And I suggested a final quote of J.K. Rowling: "Inclusion is not a question of politics, it's a matter of earth." So, this text is suggested to you. We will have the opportunity later to adapt it if necessary, but behind the text, where is the point? Behind the text, it is clear that we have to go for some actions. And once more, these are proposals of potential initiatives that could support the declaration, because the declaration is easy, action is more important. So, I leave it to you, I leave it to the General Assembly of the members of EFPM to decide whether we can go in that direction or not. It's open. And before to end this Congress, I would like to give the floor to our President to, I believe, share some thanks words.
Thank you, Thierry. First of all, I would like to tell everybody we know that you did a tremendous job. And only for that, I suggest, because you did it for 4 years, or applause. Thank you so much for what you have done. That was the Olympiad of Congress. So thank you so much, Thierry. Also, my thanks to all the keynote speakers you have invited. It was always a matter of understanding much better in which world we are living. And I take the inclusion subject today was really important in my eye. But at the final moment, when we are finishing this 4-year Congress, I must say that when we all decided in the General Assembly to follow the business plan we suggested it 4 years ago, I never had the thought that it would bring us so far. And also with the declaration, it's also a new step we could do. It will be the case for the next, not General Assembly and the next board, for sure. But I think that your summary was perfectly in line with what we did. Then, of course, we have to respect, if we decided to sign, to respect those decisions, not only as the EFPM, but also in all different Olympic committees or association with a link with fair play. I would like to add 2 more points. First of all, since 4 years, we were looking for the photo to give the inspiration on fair play and the congresses. And I think that due to the Westernist and Katarina, I think that we have now the photo for the rest of the life of EFPM, for sure, for sure. And once more, fencing is at the front line, like it is always. So that was a very nice moment, surprising for everybody, I think, even for Katarina. So, but that was nice. The second point I would like to share with you is the way we could go further with the congresses. I think that is it the new board, is it in general speaking, we have to think about the best format for the next 4 years. And the world is changing. We have also to change probably a little bit about the format, but this is for tomorrow. So please accept all the keynote speakers my congratulations and our thank as the EFPM movement for all what you have done for us, and also for Thierry, like I said, to have coordinated this since the very beginning. I will add a very last point. I understood that our friend from France has something to give to Thierry, so I will ask Yvan Cosmanier to join us, because it was not announced. So, and as you can see, Yvan is a close friend of Pierre de Coubertin.
So sorry for making it funny like this, but as you know, I've been staying at the IOA more than 1 week before you came. Thierry is the kind of, let's say, lamp who's been lighting some of our common ways on the Olympic highway. For him too, IOA is kind of a new house, a new home, maybe where we could be having some incredible thoughts like Coubertin coming with his heart there. But there's something which is really special. We discussed about it 2 days ago, or yesterday. The IOA has got a real pin, let's say the real official one, which is made out of vermeil, so silver, gold, and gemstone. So that one he doesn't have, because it's got so many medals he doesn't care about anymore. But that one for sure will be having, because not only I would like you to thank him for the good day we have been spending all together, but also the way he was clad, because frankly speaking, now I know who's the master, who's the student, and I know who's the boss is. That's the one I'm wearing, okay? Thank you.
And you know, from a celebration moment, you sometimes have to go back to service information. So I have 2 service informations for you. The first one is that at the end of this meeting here, we would like to ask you to go straight to the marble stairs to make a group picture. Now, immediately after the end of the meeting. Please be fast, because I know some have to move to other places. That was my first communication. The second communication, I was asked not to forget, the bus will leave tonight at 19:30 exactly from the place where the bus arrived yesterday. So, above, okay? 19:30 sharp. This means not 1931, huh? Okay? It's German time, huh? Okay? Thank you. We go for the picture. You can leave your stuff here and come back after the picture.